Commander, one of our most valued supporters, says continued support of the XCOM project. Commander, one of our most valued supporters, says continued support of the XCOM project.
Hey, 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 everybody. Happy Tuesday to all y'all. How's it going, OmniCloud, Strife, Boba Face Roll, Austin Fuego, Ride, Heya, Heya, Fluffy Mittens, Master Zed, Cotty. Jedid O'Janin was gonna make a joke about pineapple on pizza, but it would be too tasty to tell. How's it going, Silver Fur? A list for the chat commands is somewhere on the to-do list. I do need to make a spreadsheet for that. It's been like number 5 or 6 for a long time, because it keeps getting stuff added on top of the to-do list. Oops. Someday we might have such a thing, maybe. Eventually. During the pre-roll there, Mr. DNA, thank you so much for the 6 months. The whole half year. Do we have empirical evidence, or at least a research paper, to prove that this chair really is the coziest on Twitch? Look, sometimes you don't need a quantitative proof of something. It's simply enough to have the qualitative observation. I think you'll find that if you look at this chair, you will find that it is cozy. I rest my case. Hey, Mr. Spokes. Ravi, thank you so much for the 8 months. And that tier 3, a very generous sub. Baylor, yes to you too. Rank 69 for TI3, nice. Very nice. Well, it's about memorizing how to play. Indeed, Twilight Imperium has a lot of moving pieces, and a lot of options to consider. I think that is one of the things that can make a game difficult or easy to learn, is just how many choices the player gets presented with up front. There's definitely a lot in Twilight Imperium, especially as far as board games go. The Silver Fur starting us out with a dad joke, as it should be. What color? I'll do a riddle for you. What color is the wind? Blue. First thing on the to-do list, to make the to-do list. It all follows from there.
Commander, the aliens are disturbing.
I find it personally easier as Lacruz to focus on the bigger, larger scale tasks when there are less small tasks kind of floating about. So if you can pick off all the little things that need to get done all at once, or in a couple bouts of effort, then it's easier to approach the more challenging endeavor with full commitment and no distractions. J-Guy, thank you so much for the 5 months and that Prime. 5 months? Just one more till that full year? That joke blew, yeah. It sure did. Sure did. Gotta make the problem smaller so that you can handle it more easily, that's right. It's often the best way to tackle it. Break it down into small, efficient pieces. Let's see, we're currently on a 2-0, and we almost made that a 4-0. We're just one defect win away. This poor defect. Such a bad time against Spear and Shield. This was the Buttle Electro run with the Necronomicon that wasn't very useful. The Necronomicon Meteor Strike, that's right, and then we didn't draw Meteor Strike. And so we died. That's alright. Would have been nice to have a couple other 2-cost attacks in this. Or to get at something other than the Necronomicon. But we're currently on 2 wins in a row here on A20. With a Watcher victory, started with Calling Bell, and then Ironclad started with a Mango and picked up a whole bunch of great relics, including Runic Pyramid with Feed and Reaper. And, well, that really played itself from there. I see Arbiter's 11-minute 38 A20 defect speedrun. My god, I did not see that. That is a speedy. Speed defect, in fact. We're starting out with Silent today for some A20 Spire. Deadly Hunters from the Foglands. Their daggers and her poison. J-Guy bought kids a new laptop for virtual school. School sent home MacBooks, so you felt like you wasted money, but they don't have the programs for your kids to connect to the school. Well, that's a worrying series of events, but I'm glad you had a solution in place already. Arbiter does stream occasionally. Not too often, but you'll occasionally catch him doing something like speedruns. I think he tends to prefer to pre-record the content to, well, you know, to do edited or highlighted content on YouTube rather than the live stuff. Which I totally get. Live streaming's not for everybody, and not all kinds of gameplay lend themselves to it. Another try. 2 transform starts. Interesting. Very interesting. Got Elite Fire Elite or Fire Elite Fire here. Or whatever this is. That's a pretty safe elite, actually. Ooh, I like this path, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4 campfires, 2 elites, and both the elites are late, which Silent always appreciates, because Silent is having a hard time when it comes to those stinky Act 1 elites. Felt like work, so you stopped. That's fair. I think you really have to enjoy the pieces that come with it. The interacting with chat, kind of maintaining the back end. And to do what I do, it is work. It is definitely work. I spend a lot of time working on the stream, be it here live or on the back end doing stuff like piloting runs, uploading stuff to YouTube, managing Discord, getting emotes made, planning content, talking to potential sponsors. There's a lot to it. And if I didn't love it, I would have a really hard time doing it. It's definitely work. And it's work that doesn't exactly pay a whole lot, at least not to start. So if you don't truly enjoy the streaming part of the streaming, then I wouldn't recommend it. And donate all your streaming gear to smaller streamers. That's awesome, J-Guy. I'm sure they really, really appreciated that. Getting a... When did I know I was going to go 100% towards streaming? Is a good question. I want to say 2 summers ago is when I kind of made the decision to really go hard at this. Seeing the success the channel was finding, getting partnered on Twitch, receiving encouragement from friends and family to pursue something that I seemed like I was genuinely enjoying, and having a really hard time at the job I was doing, finding enjoyment there. It all kind of pieced together to push me in this direction, and I'm immensely grateful that I chose to do it, because it's worked out fantastically for me. So happy to be here, able to do what I love every day, and make a reasonable living. Working full-time at Twitch here. Not many people have the privilege to be able to do that, so I feel very lucky. Downward Facing Dad would exclusively play battle tanks for the N64. I have more hours in that game than I care to admit. As a teenage child, I played a lot of that. I might even have... Hold on, do I have my copy lying around? 1 second. I have to check this. Okay. I had to do some digging, but that was totally worth it, because I did find it. Battle Tanks, which are a little bit green-screened here. For the Nintendo 64. Which, bonus, I don't know if you can see this, probably not because it's getting green screen, but it still has the Property of Blockbuster sticker on the top of it. That's classic right there. That is classic. But a glorious little blast from the past. I don't really remember a whole lot about the game, but it had tanks, and that made it cool to me. So I played a lot of it. Thank you for taking the time to do that. Haha. So it was me. Yes, I stole the game from Blockbuster. And they definitely went out because of me, single-handedly. And I owe everybody a million dad jokes, too. You know, I found the worst page in the dictionary earlier. What I saw there was disgraceful, disgusting, dishonest, and disingenuous. That's for you, SRF. Isla Cruz! You know, I wouldn't say I have the best ceiling in the world, but it's up there. And for San Miguel, I had to clean out my spice rack yesterday, but I found that everything was tooled and it had to be all thrown out. What a waste of time. By the way, if you haven't voted in the September game vote to choose what game we'll be playing on stream this month, then you can do that right there in the link in chat. Couple days left on that vote. I think we're closing it out around the end of the week. Here's where I find out it's today or something. Anyway, couple days left to get those votes in. 800 million in late fee revenue. Dang. So what are we picking as a starting bonus? I'm leaning pretty heavily towards Random Boss Relic here. I've been enjoying the Random Boss Swap Silent runs. As much as I miss the Ring of the Snake, what I've found is that Silent loves energy, but Silent loves Tiny House even more. We get a free upgrade on Strike, which is pretty good in the early game, giving us a little bit more damage. We get 5 max health, very much appreciated on the class with the fewest. 50 additional starting gold is pretty impactful. And let's not forget a potion and a card reward. I like the Flying Knee to start quite a bit. Deal 8 and gain an extra energy on the next turn. Outmaneuver is also energy, or we can take a heal hook and then use that as an excuse to upgrade Neutralize or something. But probably Flying Knee. Probably Flying Knee. Let's quickly reevaluate our pathing. So the pathing that I identified earlier that'd be good is grab a couple of upgrades and a relic before that first elite. And then more upgrades and more relics. That doesn't hit a shop though, and now that we have extra money, it's more worth it to go to an early store. We could go like this shop and then try to do an extra elite, basically. Not sure how I feel about that. I will go with the Flying Knee, though. We're visiting enough question marks, we might get a random shop. Let's go the upgrade heavy route. What act do you want to fight the most elites as Watcher and Defect? Asks Asui Kitsune. As Watcher, I have to say Act 1. I think Watcher thrives in the Act 1 elite fights. Is able to kill them with relatively little investment, or just a potion or two. And Defect has a little bit of a harder time against the Act 1 elites, but also does pretty good against them. Feels like Defect's more usually set up to handle Act 3 elites, although Reptomancer can be a serious problem. Almost wish I had taken the heal hook now, because we're being offered a Sucker Punch. Another common attack, does some damage, adds some weaken, and I think it's a good early take. It's also a pretty good upgrade. Getting weaken into your deck is definitely a way to improve Silent's defensive capabilities in the early game. We are fighting Guardian. Wondering about this dodge and roll then. Take an upgraded dodge and roll, it would be 6 block on 2 different turns. We have a little bit of damage already, and we're not fighting an elite until a bit later. Let's go a little bit more defensively. Take a dodge and roll. Not something I often do. But the extra cardboard from the tiny house is giving us the edge we need to be able to get away with that. Our deck is a little bit more developed than it would have been otherwise. Not a lot, just a little. Oh, shoot! Attacking faster than I can play. Got up my flying knee energy there. Well, excuse me. Hopefully that doesn't bite me too hard. Nah, not too hard. Do remember that I have it on this turn, though, for all the 1 damage it'll do. There we go. Not too bad. Bane Blade Dance outmaneuver. Oof. Yep. Can't say I'm enthralled by any of these cards. Hey, Yoshausen. Trinko always being greedy and dying to elites. You can definitely go too hard on the elites. Or the other way to end up being greedy is to go for lots of elites, but don't take the cards that you need to beat them. Like, go for lots of elites Act 1, but then you decide to, instead of taking the Ball Lightning, you grab, you know, a Glacier or a Cool-Headed or even worse, a Capacitor. And end up being short on damage. Can really go badly. I guess maybe with Flex Potion we could think about the Blade Dance. We could think about the Blade Dance. It's not a very good Blade Dance, but we can think about it. We're going to need to beat an elite after possibly only 1 more card reward. And 2 upgrades and a relic. Upgrades are going to be... We didn't take Sucker Punch. Okay, so Neutralize and Dodge and Roll are probably the upgrades. And that's not enough damage. I can't. I can't convince myself to take a... Alright, give me a random shot. Can't convince myself to take that. Ooh. Ooh, more gold and a Horn Cleat, a boat thingy. On turn 2, gives 14 block. Very, very good in most fights, quite frankly. And it turns us into a boat. Still no potions. Might have to take the Cloak and Dagger. We're offered a Bane again, which is no-no. We take Acro, or we take Cloak and Dagger. I think it's gotta be Cloak and Dagger. Does damage, we can upgrade it for +4 damage, which will pair well with the Flex Potion. It's time to get ready for this elite. Upgrade Cloak and Dagger, upgrade possibly Flying Knee over Neutralize, just to make sure we have enough damage to kill a Gremlin Nub. That means not upgrading the Dodge and Roll yet, which is definitely going to hurt a bit. Really regretting Dodge and Roll over Sucker Punch at this exact moment. But we'll see what we can do. Okay, another card reward will definitely alleviate some of the pressure on us. Trade 2 health here. Go for the Entangle. Oof. Dang it, Cloak and Dagger. I kind of needed you here. Hey, First Dane. Okay, another decentish potion, and there's some damage. Bouncing Flask. Apply 3 poison to a random enemy 3 times. Is a lot of damage output. We'll upgrade that, and then we're well set to fight either Gremlin Nob or Lagavulin, hopefully. Less so the Nob. That's so much single target damage that we should do okay here. Sad Bane noises, indeed. If only we'd thought to take it. Peace Pipe lets us toke cards at rest sites, and that can be pretty good. Getting us some removals later on. It is going to be later on, not now or anytime soon, but it also enables us to take a fusion hammer or something from our boss, so I do like that. Although it's possible the blue key could have been better. Small ladder is over, yes, Flo. We did perish our third attempt already. This fight's gonna hurt, unless we draw a Bouncing Flask next turn. And possibly even if we do. We did not. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. I would in fact call that bad. Looks like we're gonna take at least one hit here. I think we have to play the Bouncing Flask. That'll deal 12 plus the number. 12 plus 11. 25 damage over the next 2 turns. Which means this strike will kill. Which means we can also play this defend to save a couple of hit points. Not a lot, just a little. Keep the speed pot. Or wait, math? Whatever. Well, 2 attacks. We were likely to draw 2 damage cards anyway. There was a world where I had the big sad. How about some AoE? Front-loaded AoE with all-out attack looking real fight? Real spicy? What am I trying to say? Looking good. And it's another decent upgrade. Though I would like to spare a moment, I would like to, perhaps greedily, upgrade both Dodge and Roll and Neutralize before Guardian here. I don't know if we can actually get away with that. I'm gonna try. Ban is nice, by the way, giving us block every 3 attacks, especially with the upgraded Cloak and Dagger we already have. So we just beat the Gremlin Knob. We're up against either Sentries or Legavulin. We're relatively easy with our relics. I think let's go 2 more events. Try to get a shop. We have 400 gold. Yes. Ooh. Well, well, well. What have we here? Not a great shop, I beg to differ here. I'm quite happy with what we're being offered. Did it ever bandage up? I don't think we ever want to buy a Gurya here. Not only do we already have a Campfire Relic to use in the Peace Pipe, but it's 340 gold. Well, we could benefit from the strength. The opportunity cost is so high on that Gurya. Duping a card looking pretty powerful. We've got a couple decent candidates. We could dupe the Cloak and Dagger Plus with the Ornamental Fan, and I'd actually be pretty okay with that. We could mirror the Bouncing Flask to have tons of poison. I'd really only want to do that if we got a Snecko Eye, though, I think. We can take this War Paint to upgrade 2 random skills, and I have no complaints about that. It would just be 2 defends, actually. I'd still have no complaints about that. Upgrade 2 defends is a good thing to spend 160 gold on. Although it does make Pandora's Box worse, it does make Ancient Writing in Act 2 worse. So those are things to think about. Auto attack upgrading to discard a targeted card. That'd be real good. You'd have to nerf the damage. I think if you did that, you'd have to make it do 12 upgraded. Maybe that wouldn't be... Then it's just like bad dagger spray. Maybe just be good. Let the people have their targeted discard. Not like discard and silence too strong or anything, right? Could buy Bandage and Warpaint, yep. Could even go Bandage, Warpaint, and a card removal. Could go Bandage and dupe the Bandage up. I don't think that's very good. We could dupe our upgraded Strike. You know, with the Ornamental Fan, If we'd upgraded Neutralize here, would I have duped the Neutralize Plus with the mirror? I think I might have. Interesting. Genuinely considering this bandage up. Hand grab accuracy if we dupe the Cloak and Dagger. I'm down to dupe Cloak and Dagger and not take the accuracy. But what if we did take the accuracy? 3 additional damage per shiv. We'd have 4 shivs. That's still not that much, sadly. Sadly, still not that much. Alright, I will remove a card. Genuinely considering removing a defend here, especially if we dupe the Cloak and Dagger. Feels odd, but we're doing it. I am gonna dupe Cloak and Dagger. Because of Ornamental Fan. Do I want a potion? Do I want a bandage up? What do I want here? Bandage up seems like a hilarious ad. Almost never buy this card. Let's try it. See what happens. Oh, and the reward. Oddly Smooth Stone giving us 1 point of dex. Look at the blocketing we're going to be able to do here. Beautiful. Beautiful. Slice was not terrible either, actually. For a couple of reasons. Bouncing Flask for this nerd. Supposed to maybe wake up? No. We're supposed to wake up here. Dunked on, nerd. Oh. Take 2? Yeah. Boss skip ladder. Standard play, but we have to skip all the rewards from bosses. I think that could be pretty cool. There's a lot of little like reward restriction kind of ladder variations we can think about that are all pretty fun. Oh jeez. Tell me we have the damage here. This is 12 plus 6, 18? Yes, 18 plus 8 is a kill. Cool, smooth Legovillain fight. Rewarded with a freaking pocket watch. Which is a little bit insane, although the Cloak and Daggers will deactivate it a lot of the time. And an Entropic Brew. And maybe a Deadly Poison? Is there anything the small letter taught me about the Silent that I might not have learned otherwise? I think what I learned is that Silent having 5 strikes and 5 defends is a serious handicap to the class. You have to deal with so much more of the starter cards than every other character, and it really hurts a lot of the time. Especially in Act 1, as you're so much more less likely to see that first card that you had. I'll take this Deadly. Okay, upgrades versus toking. I did say I wanted to upgrade Neutralize, and I'm going to. Get that extra turn a weekend. We should be able to beat Guardian with these relics pretty consistently. Especially if we drop Bouncing Flask on turn 1. I believe I spent 100 gold on Bandage Up. Was that correct? Maybe. Can I transform the Guardian here? Also maybe. Yes. We're playing this. just take the damage. Every attack we play against Guardian in Angry Onion mode deals 4 damage to us. So it's not ideal to play them, generally. So we have to carefully weigh on each turn whether to play 3 or fewer cards to activate the Pocket Watch, or whether to just play everything. Can't transform here, so we eat damage if we play Bouncing Flask. Or not eat the damage. So missing the flask is most certainly a rough thing. That poison going. Nine plus 7 is 16. Perfect. Poisoned on nerd. Right, smooth fight. We're gonna do pretty well in Act 2. Especially if we add an Adrenaline to the mix. Although 1000 Cuts is actually a decent enough way to scale with this deck. With a lot of entropy cards, especially with these upgraded Cloak and Daggers. You can play a lot of cards, so 1000 Cuts would be a lot of activations. We would need to upgrade it first, though, and that's the main obstacle. 1000 Cuts upgrades to literally twice as much damage, so one way to think about the upgrade on 1000 Cuts is that when you play 1000 Cuts, you also get to play another 2-cost power, which is, well, that's quite the difference. Adrenaline just makes our life a little bit easier. A little bit more draw, a little bit more energy to accelerate a bit quicker would make us a better match for elites, probably. Wristblade taking over Hammer and Sozu. I like those options. A Wristblade would certainly be very good with these 2 Cloak and Daggers. And if we have to upgrade the 1000 Cuts, it means we're not removing a card with the Peace Pipe, so I think I'm going to take Adrenaline here. And it's Empty Cage versus Philosopher's Stone versus Ectoplasm. Ectoplasm and Philosopher's Stone are both energy relics, giving us an energy every turn. Philostone gives enemies extra strength. Ectoplasm prevents us from gaining gold. Or we can remove 2 cards, which would be pretty good, I think, to just cut 2 strikes. 2 of our stinkiest cards. We're relatively energy efficient. We've got Pocket Watch to draw if we don't play that many cards, and we've got some zero-cost stuff to lean on. How likely would an infinite be in this deck? Very unlikely. What I could have seen happening maybe was, like, finding a grand finale and then toking the deck down to 15 or so cards. But we're nowhere near an infinite. And I don't think Silent has a difficulty assembling infinites generally, without lots of like discard synergy stuff. Now on Defect, you're way more likely to get an infinite with a Peace Pipe. I think this could be an oddly good Empty Cage. I think removals are better the more of them you can get. So comboing the Peace Pipe with the Empty Cage can allow us to really toke down to just the really important stuff. The energy-efficient stuff. How often do I find Ectoplasm good? A lot less frequently in Heart runs. That last guaranteed shop really punishes you for missing out on all the gold of the run. But if you're not going to the Heart, I think Ectoplasm could be a lot better. The big thing that Ectoplasm prevents you from doing is removing cards, which we actually can manage because of Peace Pipe. So we could take Ecto and still get all of the strikes removed from the deck, which could be pretty powerful. Could have had Neutralize and 2 heal hooks, it's true. It's true. I've got a good feeling about this empty cage. I think the downsides of these two are both somewhat manageable, but somewhat harsh. And I want to see how we can do if we just refine the deck a little bit. Boil it down to just the important pieces. Never go this way. Probably not. I think we can manage an elite. We're not great at it, because we don't have that much damage output. We've got enough poison that Book of Stabbing shouldn't be too bad. Our AoE is a little bit lacking, but we have so many small hits that we can take out gremlins reasonably. Slavers could pose a problem. In all cases, we'll need to use potions to get past an elite, for sure. One of the reasons I hate taking Sozu so much going into Act 2 is that the elites are a huge problem. I think we avoid shops that are on stinky paths. Maybe aim for later elites, get some more either removals or upgrades from fires. Go this way. I think fighting either of these elites is pretty bad. We'd never be able to take on the Burning Elite here. I try to make that the everyday normal content, Delaware. I do drag on a little bit longer, especially with the A20 runs. We sometimes approach like the 2-hour mark, but I do usually try to strive for a balance between explanation and timeliness. Okay, we're getting attacked by a big attack next turn. Fortunately, they're weakened. We're going to be vulnerable, though. Wondering if we just go strike, all-out attack, do some damage so that we guaranteed see all these cards, or if we try to, like, adrenaline into Bouncing Flask here. I'm just gonna play the attacks for the moment. Put no dazed into the drop pile. A nice, easy attack. Here I will break the Pocket Watch. Play that too. Pick one. We are dead. We're guaranteed to draw the bandage up with the Pocket Watch draw here. And we escape the fight with 3 extra health. It's a pretty good result for a Chosen on the first floor of Act 2 with a deck that's almost entirely made of attack cards. Despite all of that, we gained health here and used no potions. I'd say that's pretty good. Reflex Plus is kind of interesting, as is Deflect. We have very little discard, actually. Reflex Plus is not interesting. But it's upgraded for free, so I should at least think about it. You should always stop and consider whenever you see a card that says Plus. Even if they're totally outside your deck. Already taught you all that I know. I like this calculated gamble just fine. Letting us discard our hand to draw new stuff. We often have a big hand. Take it. Synergizes well with discard relics too. Happy for yet another removal here. Thank you, Cleric. So we've got these better defends, right? Dodge roll, Cloak and Dagger, Cloak and Dagger. I'm gonna maybe remove one more strike, and then next we're gonna remove a defend before we start removing these upgraded cards. I might regret that. My. How are you, gentlemen? Should block for 2. I think I'm gonna do the 5 to all of them, though. Guys are a little bit on the rude side. And we need to make sure we're ending the fight as quickly as we can. The longer this fight goes on, the spicier the birds will become. That much is certain. Poison you. Gamble to draw all these. Get him. I want to kill the one that's down. Make it die all proper-like. So just focus on one usually and put an end to it. 43 block on that turn, by the way. What? Excuse me? I did what now? Hello? Probably should have thought about Pocket Watch on this turn. Looking good, though.
Commander, one of our most valued supporters.
Tyler! Thank you so much for that Prime sub and the
Project.
16 heckin' months. Happy September to you, too. Heck yeah. Okay, yeah, another fight where we managed to gain health, courtesy of, Bandage up. We want an unupgraded Cloak and Dagger. I would take another one that said plus on it. I don't know about a one that doesn't say plus, though. Maybe? I'm not convinced. Ooh. Man with an eye patch and a devilish grin strides up to you. Hey there, stranger. Interested in advancing science? So we're offered a choice. We can either take drugs, or we can take drugs. Depending on which of the three types of drugs we take, we'll get different benefits. Either a card that lets us lose health to gain strength, the ability to transform two of our cards, probably one strike, one defend, into two new cards, which could be good. Or we can get a relic that says on turn 1 of combat, we have 3 additional points of strength. And we just do them all at the same time. Oh yeah. Let's see, I quite like the Jacks here. Actually, not often we get an opportunity to take Jacks on silent, but we have Sustain and Bandage up, hilariously. We're a low energy deck, and we have a lot of
Commander,
cheap attacks.
We've just received the support of another council member.
Jack seems okay here. Damn Glorious, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Welcome to the council. Transform could be anything. That's pretty appealing, too. I'm gonna try the drugs. Let's take a Jax. Surely this will go well. Uh-oh. It's not going well. Help! I think we discard the bandage up to try to get it later. We need block right now. I'd play the Survivor, but it costs me 2 cards since we have to discard a card. So I think I'm going to calculated gamble. And yeah, I was worried that might happen. Ouch. And we'll choose not to play the Shivs and let the Pocket Watch draw for us. But we take 20 damage here. Ouch. Fortunately, we have block on turn 2. But the damage was already done. I'm gonna go ahead and play that. I think we're gonna need it. Okay, Fungi Beast is dying this turn, which means that we need to block for 14, because it will have Vulnerable applied to us, and this will go to 7 times 2. We get 6 plus another 4 from 3 attacks. Perfect. Thank you, Ornamental Fan. Okay, we gotta make sure we don't kill this turn because we do have Bandage upcoming in the draw pile. Gonna not play these. Okay. Painful fight, but not that bad. Just a really rough turn 1. Offered a Liquid Bronze and a Dash or a Piercing Wail, both appealing. Dash is great because we have Dex, because it works with Ornamental Fan, because it works with Pocket Watch, and it's just efficient damage and attack. Whereas Piercing Wail is also a very efficient block, shutting down multi-attacks, in particular those of the Act 2 elites. It'd be really nice to put a damper on. Really good card against Heart, too. Feels like we're gonna need the dash, actually. It scales quite nicely with the stuff we've got going on. It's just so much energy, though. But perhaps that is the point. Better question, what am I going to do with this campfire? Upgrade Jax? Yes, upgrade Jax. Alright, I'm going to take the dash, and I'm going to hope that that was the correct choice. Reflect to me. Ooh. Whenever you play 10 cards, draw a card, says Ink Bottle. That's amazing here. Let's see, we have the choice of fighting 2 elites and getting 2 campfires, or we can go for the single later elite if we don't think we can take an elite on right now. I've got an Entropic Brew with the slaver's name on it. I think we need to be a little ambitious here. Did Jax used to exhaust? I think it did. Yeah, I think it did used to exhaust. Oh, give me another one. All right, all right. We'll take the double Entropic Brew. That seems fine. Seems completely fine. And I think I'm gonna flex pot here as well. You guys have a lot of health. Good lord. Currently I can play every card in the hand with my energy. We're gonna do... With this flex pot, we'll do 13 plus 9 times 3, which is 27 plus 13, 40 damage, not enough to kill. I will also full block. So is there a need to use the skill potion? I do not believe so. Skill potion could be more shivs. It could be a terror. It could be a bouncing flask. It could be something that lets me kill the red slaver on this turn, but I don't need to kill the red slaver on this turn. We've got the full block covered. We're blocking next turn a lot. We're getting 26 block off the Horn Cleat in this dodge and roll. I think we'll be alright. At least I certainly hope so. I'm gonna make sure we play the Survivor last. Killing this guy because he's got the Entangle and the Vulnerable strats, which we do not want to deal with. Oh, nice. Can we get Pocket Watch draw? Yes. Very good. Okay, I would like to block better than this. Wait. Slight regrets. Alright, skill pot time. Ooh. That would have been useful earlier. Still taking it, though. Take 10 more. But we do win the fight. We do win the fight. And we pick up both a Dex Potion and a White Beast Statue, assuring further potion rewards after every combat. We're offered a Blur and a Noxious Fumes, giving us some AoE poison scaling, or Blur for more defense, which is definitely questionable going into this fight. I am going to roll on into this elite fight, I'm pretty sure. Although we could go this way now. No, I want this shot. Fighting Bronze Automaton. Blur is really good against Bronze Automaton. Although that might be too block heavy for this elite fight. Fighting either the Gremlin Leader or the Book of Stabbing. I think the all-out attack upgrade could be really nice. The Deadly Poison could be really nice as well. Or we can Toka Defend. We just added a Blur. Do that. Increase our offense density a little bit. Alright, it's going to be the Book of Stabbing, and we're going to see Bouncing Flask very early on in the fight. Please. Very important. Dodge and roll over Cloak. Could play Survivor to not take anything. I'd much rather have the dodge roll down here. When we drew Jax too, which I'm super playing, doesn't even break the pocket watch. This fight has to end real fast because it gets out of control so quickly. Alright, this turn I will play everything in my hand, pretty much. Yes. Bouncing Flask, Survivor Shiv. Actually, no, Survivor Shiv Strike? How much do I value the... Okay. This fight is terrifying. This fight is terrifying. Let's do this. That at 9. Okay, Book of Stabbing went, honestly, a lot better than expected. We get our Dex Potion back, and Mango is 14 max health here, which is pretty significant. And we're kind of in the clear for the rest of the act now. So many health that I think we're good against Bronze Automaton. We can maybe get some potions off the... Well, not maybe. We will get some potions off these combats. And we hopefully are going to manage them without taking too much damage. Cool. I like where this is headed. Yeah, we have to play this. Flying Knee Deadly. Yeah, let's do that. So we could play these 3 cards, or I can just draw 8 with Pocket Watch. Let's do that. Boy. It's spooky, don't you think? Let's see. 11 block plus 7 is 18 block. Which puts us to 23, and then we get 4 more from Shivs. We can calculate a gamble at the end to draw these. Or I can even full block if I'm willing to not play Dash, but I think I need to play Dash. Also need to make sure this bird is dead next turn, which it now is. Shuffling the deck there to avoid drawing too many dazed on our next turn. Please stop. You. Oh, geez, that draw pile, though. Yikes. Big yikes. Again, shuffling the draw pile on purpose here. Whew. Get ourselves a colorless potion for that, and maybe a Caltrops Plus. Which is a nice little way to do some scaling damage. Against hearts and against any enemy that multi-attacks. I kind of dig it here. Our first and only power. Normally wouldn't think about it too hard, but since it says plus on it, I'm kind of down for it here. Ooh, and a footwork plus in the shop here. If we buy footwork plus, we can't buy potion belt for more potion slots, but I might be okay with that. Certainly more, blade dance too. Certainly more dexterity would be very welcomed. We have very many cards that scale with it, especially this dodge roll plus. There is hand drill, and hand drill actually matters a lot against Bronze Automaton. So, an actual situation I could see hand drill being really good. Not very often that happens. Could take even more pointiness with bronze scales. Could buy Hand of Greed. Could buy some different potions. It's gonna be footwork card remove. I wish it could be footwork potion belt, but it can't be. Also good at Collector and Champ. It's good against all three of the Act 2 bosses. Which I think is pretty neat. Let's see, we are not going to poison this sphere, are we? No, we're not. Block okay next turn. Will be made frail, of course. Simply part of the price of admission. I suspect I do need to play Jax in this fight, though. Getting a potion after this combat, so I shouldn't be too scared to use mine either. Although if we don't need to, we shouldn't. Spiked on another Entropic Brew. Wow, 3 Entropic Brews. This act alone. It's pretty ridiculous. Probably use the Dex Potion in the Bronze Tomato fight here. What are we going to do with the fire? Upgrade this Cloak and Dagger? Maybe? Actually not a bad idea. 3 of them with Jax. Or we can just toke a card, keep toking Defends, especially if I add another Cloak and Dagger. Do I want an unupgraded Common? I don't think so. We're gonna hold out till next act. I'm quite certain that we beat Bronze Automaton already. Let's see, these are the upgrades available. I think there's a few in here that are alright. Might be time to get rid of this remaining unupgraded strike. We're past the point where we would see upgrade all strikes defense. Never got Ancient Writing or anything. We could upgrade Deadly for 2 more poison. We could upgrade all attack for +4. Oh, I've been meaning to upgrade Bandage up, actually. Let's do that. Make it more health per combat. See if that's worth carrying around an extra card for. Probably not, but I'm doing it anyway. Supposed to do that before I played the Blunk cards, but looks like we have too much anyway. So it's fine. Hooray. Okay, we're having Caltrops stolen. Whatever, I guess. I was hoping at least one of those would go middle. I guess this is fine, though. Guess I'll just kill the minions. We are definitely scaling with Jax in this fight. Of that, there is no question. Potentially pocket watching here. Okay. Got all attack, you've got Caltrops plus. You're attacking for 12 times 2. We can make that work. And take 2. Would let me either Flying Knee or Deadly Poison. Jax does not say exhaust on it. No, it does not. And that's going to be a big part of our scaling in this and other fights. Okay, Hyper Beam is next turn, so it seems like a wise time to use Dodge and Roll. Also seems like a wise time to make sure that we activate the Pocket Watch. Fear Exploit, thank you so much for converting that Prime sub to a Tier 1 through that September deal. Nice Adrenaline Pull. Very nice Adrenaline Pull.
Commander, we've just received the support of another
And Asui
council
Kitsune,
member.
thank you so much for that Prime sub. Welcome to the Council. Something emotes and community. Yeah, we block for almost all of the incoming damage. Get the Caltrops down here. Don't draw that again. Needing a little bit of health, but we have health to spare. Shut some damage here. Retain enough block to cover this attack entirely. Likewise. Got another Hyper Beam coming in 2 turns, so I'd like to put an end to this, if at all possible here. With 9 points of strength, the shivs are doing 13 damage. That ain't too bad. That is not too bad. Let's see, 30 poison. Trying to figure out if I want to pocket watch draw or not. I think I do. Don't play this card. We draw 8 cards next turn, and that's hopefully either lethal or a full block. Much higher chance of lethal if I do, 26 damage, though. With Weaken, this is going to be less damage than the first Hyper Beam was. Doesn't necessarily mean we can block it, though. Oh, we would have totally had lethal. Do we still? So, runs Zamadan at 75 minus 29 hit points. 46 plus 12 means we need to do 58 damage. We have 18 plus 19 plus 26 is 63. Cool. We have it all without using any potions and without playing the jacks. Good. GG. A little bit of a slow fight. What about Doppelganger? Doppelganger would be a good card if we upgrade it. More cards and more energy on our following turn. It's X plus 1. Not bad. Not quite what I wanted to see. I'd love to have seen an after image. I would have loved to see another 1,000 cuts. I would have loved to see an Envenom. I would have loved to see a Wraith Form. I would love to see a Nightmare. Nightmare Jax. Nightmare Bandage Up? Oh my god, yeah, I would have loved to see a Nightmare. Doppelganger Pocket Watch is a little bit weird. It lets us have like one super strong turn. I'm gonna take it. Is it Sacred Bark time? My energy options are Hovering Kite, giving us energy when we discard, or Runic Dome, giving us the inability to see enemy intents. Or we can double the effectiveness of potions. We're getting one after every single combat here. So we have a lot of potions to play with. Dome is very spooky. This deck would absolutely lose to Time Eater if we take Runic Dome. Big time. Let's take the Sacred Bark. See how it goes. Tiny Empty Cage Sacred Bark. Not usually the two boss relics I picture when we talk about an Ascension 20 run, but I'm curious to see what we can do with it. It is Burning Elite time, so we're just going to have to bunker down and deal with that. Good luck to us. And I don't think we want to shop this early, but I just don't have enough cash. Yeah, rip Potion Bell, no kidding. Kidding. Our hope is to be able to heal up with the Bandage Up and stuff. Maybe. Somehow. I guess the fumes we could have had. And Tiny House, that's true. The gang's all here. here. Ink bottle to 9. Double colorless potion. We're offered a Flying Knee plus. That's actually really good, because we need more attacks. That's our main way of damage scaling, and it'll help us operate a little bit better on our low energy. I'm going to take a Flying Knee plus. Perhaps a little bit begrudgingly. What madness is. If we had Toxic Egg, I'd actually be down for these. They make stuff free. We're kind of cycle heavy, so having cards be repeatedly free is a big deal. We need some energy cheats. Maybe madnesses are what we need. Interesting. I'm definitely worried about Time Eater at the moment. But you know what? I'm going to do it. We're going to take the 2 madness, lose the 15 health. Let's see how that goes for us. 275 gold for a regret makes going to this shop a lot more attractive. We can just toke the regret. Yeah, let's do that rather than going into an early elite fight that might be pretty disastrous. Let's take the cash here. Alter our course. Pick up another event too, which could be like Mind Bloom, or it could be this stinky fight. Oh, Mind Blast. Double Chrysalis is kind of fun. Go with the double Mind Blast. Belongs for a bit. Dang it. Caltrops again, Flying Knee again. I don't need a third one, I don't think. Fun thought, though. Well, well, well. Accuracy plus? Question mark. Paper Crane sure seems good. Enemies with weak deal 40% less damage rather than 25% less. You can also take Orange Pellets to remove debuffs, which is very, very good with Sacred Bark, generally. Those are 2 very good relics together. I would not be able to also buy Accuracy. Actually, can I even afford both of these? Let me quick check the math there. 267 plus 164. 431. Oh no, we're actually unable to buy both of these. Well, heck. Well, heck. There's an accuracy here. For whatever that's worth. Questionable. Questionable what it's worth. Only have 4 shivs in the whole deck. It's really not that much. We could pay for the curse to be removed, and then we could do something else with the fire, like upgrade a Madness, or upgrade Doppelganger. Metamorphosis, actually not bad here. Yeah, putting 3 zero-cost attacks in the draw pile, that would be good. That would be quite good. Although I think we really can't consider options that don't involve taking the Paper Crane. Such a game-winningly powerful relic. That means we do just remove the curse. We could do here anyway, but now I can get Doppelganger upgraded. We'll do that. X+1. Boy, okay. What do you got for me? Double footwork or double tools the trade? I love double footwork here. Yes. Pull the blunkening. Madnesses could hit each other here, which could be really awkward. Really want that? I will take it if I need to. They all have to die at the same time, so I'm just spreading some damage around here. Old Paper Crane was 50% back in the day, which is a ridiculous number. Truly absurd number. So if you kill one with thorns, it actually stays dead for an extra turn, interestingly. That have mattered here. Really good Darklings fight. Really good Darklings fight. I would take a Blade Dance that says plus on it. I will not take a Blade Dance that does not say plus on it. Hey, you meta joke. Alright, we have to beat our first... we have to beat the Burning Elite now. Good luck to us. It is a regenerating giant head. That's gonna be a problem. Kellogg's Allbrand, thank you so much for the very generous 1,000 bits. And the good luck wishes. We're probably gonna need to pop the Entropic Brew here, I think. But let's find a turn we can meaningfully use the energy potion first, at least. Definitely need to stack poison. Okay, this might be the turn. Hey there, Andy Pants. Oh, we used the energy potion with the Doppelganger. Yeah. A bottle and a regen potion. Gain 10 regen. Oh my. That's pretty good. We draw a full 10 cards next turn. We use the regen pot. I don't think so. At least not yet. Just play as many cards as we can here. Draw another one shortly. Now we play everything except Survivor. Here come the big hits. Fortunately, only 24 on this first one. Fallout attack. Play the madness. Rude. Dang it. Still take it, but oof. Second chance to madness the dash. Again, not a 100% chance though. Yes. Now the pain begins. Want to use this now? Or do we think we were going to maybe use the fairy in a bottle? We're drawing Paper Crane, or neutralize with Paper Crane soon, hopefully next turn. But I can't actually, like, keep activating the Pocket Watch while also blocking, is the current problem. Let's try to use the fairy. I can almost full block this turn. If I do, though, I don't get to Pocket Watch. So I think what we're going to do is just take the hit. And again, plan on using the fairy here to go back to 60%, and then we go back to full with the regen potion at the next fight. Or we can try to keep this fairy. But with lots of potions coming in constantly, I think we should try to use it. Wait, I've killed him. Well, in that case, never mind. This is fine. This is fine. But, like, indecisiveness cost me a bit there. How do I feel about a dodge and roll? Another one. Too much block? The perfect amount of block? Probably the perfect amount of block. We did make it through, though. So credit to us for that, I guess? Nice big attack, idiot. Watch plus Doppelganger. Makes for an interesting turn. Oof. Not a good turn, though. Just an interesting one. He's gonna give me block now. Dang. Ah! Okay, that's a bit better. No neutralize, though. Oh boy. Stop. Sir, you're not allowed to do that. Entirely too illegal. So many burns. There are now 20 burns in the neck. Oh dear. Oh no. Okay, just gotta survive a little bit longer. Actually, want to break the pocket watch? I can't break the pocket watch here. But I don't want to draw all that. I would like to draw that over 2 turns, please. You got him. Okay, mildly terrifying. Energy in the form of Happy Flower is super exciting, and here's a Fumes Plus for some more scaling, which I really like, even though we are fighting the Awakened one. Still need a little bit more Weakened in this deck. A Crippling Cloud, a Malaise, a Leg Sweep, even a Sucker Punch. We would be able to take. I haven't fought Mind Bloom yet. I'm wondering if rather than going to another fire here, we just go double events to try to get a rare relic. We'd need to see more cards. Upgrades don't help me that much. Upgrades don't help me that much. Although I do like upgrading Madnesses right now. What a shot. Sucker Punch with the Crane is well worth adding to this deck. Can't upgrade it, but I'm fine with it. Okay, this should be a fight we can get some health back in. Hello? Excuse me? You said you could attack me that much. Get him. Liquid Memories hits 2 cards. Gambler's Brew is just a regular Gambler's Brew when we don't have, or with Sacred Mark, so it's not effectively getting doubled. So I think I'll take the Liquid Memories. Keep the Fairy in a Bottle, that's such a powerful revive. And let's take one more event, trying to get Mind Bloom here. Tomb of Lord Red Mask. Lose 62 gold to obtain a relic that applies 1 week to all enemies on turn 1, which is actually genuinely helpful. Especially with the Paper Crane. Well worth it, I think. It'll strip an artifact off Donu and Deca, it'll strip an artifact off Spire Spear, Spire Shield. And sometimes it'll just give us some protection that we needed. For example, right here. Let's see it. Alright, we're gonna take a slap on turn 1 here. Get set up for the rest of this fight. We are not good at this fight. Not even a little bit, unfortunately. Transient sticks around for a limited number of turns, and they do more and more damage each turn. But they also reduce their damage output for every point of damage they take. Poison helps a lot in that regard, since it applies every single turn. We take a little bit more here. Oh, shoot. Well, that's a Liquid Memories, because we are dead on this turn with this hand if we don't. I guess we could use the Fairy in a Bottle instead. Roll into the Awaken 1 fight with more than half health. I'll do that. My fastest A20 time? Less than half an hour for an A20 hard kill. Not completely sure beyond that. I think the A20 specifically is not something I keep a lot of track of. Oof, no neutralize. Looks like we're good though. Okay, that could have been worse, certainly. With that Gambler's Brew back, another chance at a Flying Knee plus. It's not that thrilled by. We'll skip it all, we'll recall here at the final fire. Making sure we can go to Act 4, and I don't know, I think we're a little bit below the power level we need to be at, but perhaps Paper Crane, Pocket Watch, and some ingenuity can get us through these next couple of fights. Certainly the hope, anyway. Paper Crane is our saving grace, making Awakened 1's attacks pretty mediocre. Looks like we probably need to all-out attack, so go dash all-out attack. We have to kill these two birds as they scale up pretty fast. Would like to play Blur there, but that'll work better. Ooh, we got the early multi-attack. We definitely need to play Jax at least one time in this fight, and if I can land Madness on Bouncing Flask, that'd be really sweet. Can't guarantee it, though. It might hit the fuse, which would be sad. Not a great Pocket Watch deck, indeed it's not, but it's nice to have as an option. Certainly. I think we play the Flying Knee and then use the Madness to make something else free. Yeah, hit dodge and roll, that's fine. Oh, nice, okay. Cool, so we're killing you. This turn's gonna hurt. Good Gambler's Brew, I'm not going to though. We don't play Caltrops. Okay, at least one more Jax is necessary here. Shame we never got Gamble upgraded. That would be nice to have. Okay. Times 4, more like 6 times 4, but also yikes still. Not good. Slowly bleeding this health away. Hey, Babcarns finally hit Ironclad Ascension 15 yesterday. Congrats! Chad can definitely be a tough class to master. Here we go. Still not drawing the madness with the 2-cost cards. I'd like to have at least a chance. Low and steady. Get him. Okay, dead next turn. Let's draw the Caltrops and try to play it. Cool, and a dodge roll. Can't also activate Pocket Watch, though. What's the play then? Sucker Punch, Strike, Caltrops? Don't play Dodge Roll? Or is it like Dodge Roll, Madness? Don't get the Caltrops down. Gonna be attacked for 44 damage next turn. Really want the Pocket Watch active for that. We want to be able to draw into Neutralize, ideally. We're doing this. Yeah, being able to Calc Gamble and guaranteed get neutralized down seems very important. 26, no probs. Humans are down. Keep that weaken up. Draw void every day of my life. Try a lot. Yes, in Phase 2, Awaken 1 no longer scales from powers that you play. That's right. It's a big difference maker in the fight. Oof, my hit points. I was to play their Sucker Punch instead of Caltrops, because he would have gained strength from the Caltrops. He was still alive at the time. Just played Sucker Punch to make the ink bottle go up by 1. Alright, this is a decent enough break the pocket watch situation, because we get the blur. Two, three. Okay, glad we had Happy Flower on this turn. These voids are so brutal. Okay, we get to live this fight. That's good. If we get Donu and Deco, we might have a chance. I'm not going to be optimistic about Time Eater. I don't think we're very good at that fight. We're currently dying to Thorns. Place your cards. But I feel like the Bandage Up was a good addition. Honestly, yeah, it's done well for us. That said, had we saved the money, we would also have orange pellets now, and I suspect those would be a bit better. We do, in fact, have to beat Time Eater. Well, that's a problem. That is most certainly a problem. Take 6 to draw 3 more next turn. Probably worth it. Probably worth it. Yes, good job, Madness. Very good job. Keep me alive. Okay, we definitely want to neutralize dodge roll. There's no reasonable world where we pocket watch on this turn. I got too much to play. We should aim to play 6 cards then, to roll over the timer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Get these powers down so we don't draw them again. Really important. Scale ourselves up a bit. Yikes. We're not going to get another potion before the elite fight either. Oh boy. The good news is I can make Madness hit Bouncing Flask here. That's pretty good news, actually. Incoming 27 damage, we block 22, take 5, go down to 10. Thinking about the potions, but I'd really prefer not to use them. We should make our top priority surviving, I guess. I do think this is a good turn, though. Permanently free Bouncing Flask, don't mind if I do. So we managed to hit both the dash and the flask. It can't get much better than that. Here's hoping that's enough. It might not be. Take one to get Pocket Watch going. Play 4 cards next turn. Good job, Blur. 1, 2, 3. Deadly. Very little block next turn. That's kind of spooky. It better make it some more block then. Terrifying. That's more like it. For that. So, 287 minus 42. We're going below half health this turn with the Caltrops here. So next turn, Time Eater is purging debuffs. Mostly means we just end turn here. Can't get any use out of the flask this turn. It's fine. Expect to be attacked on this turn? We don't. That's pretty bad. It might mean Liquid Memories for Blur here. Dang it. Yeah, that's probably what I have to do. It's such a valuable potion, it's really hard to want to use it. But we are probably boned. If I don't. Alright. We'll do the thing. Hello, yes, I would like to draw every card, please. I'm good with that line. Quite happy. Okay, we survived. I will take it. GG. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of these good madness hits? Prepare your daggers, dealing 1866 damage. Good ear. I'm thrilled to be here, honestly. Getting Tact 4 with this set of boss relics, with 3 energy, and just relying on, like, random potion plays to carry us. It's done okay. I am definitely gonna rest, because we get, like, 20 health. And while there are a couple upgrades we could take, I don't think it's any of it's gonna be good as resting. That said, I don't see this next fight going very well. We can't buy anything in the shop, because we spent all our money on the red mask. And these two are going to pose a huge problem with our limited ability to apply weaken to them. So I expect this to go very badly. We'll do our best. Gonna need to go for Spire Shield first. Oof. Also terrible. We just need to get the damage down. Okay, Footwork's Fumes and Gamble is great. Did not draw any Weaken whatsoever, which is fine, because they have Artifact anyway. Ouch. Bruh. Yeah, I'm gonna... gonna have a bad time now. Last card in deck. You're not attacking next turn, so we're gonna neutralize you. Give some help this turn though, too. Not much health, but some. And you can see how we've done no damage. That is bad. Very bad. Not enough front load in this. Without the liquid memories. Liquid memories to get back, like, Bouncing Flask and Dash might have made the difference here. 30 block. Really can't do anything. Trying to make next turn impactful with Doppelganger, I guess? I don't know. Four hit points should be plenty for Heart, yeah? Okay, we do actually manage to kill one. Barely. We die here. Okay. I'm alright with that. GG. To get this far, I think it was very, very impressive. But ultimately using our potion doomed us against Time Eater. GG. GG. Good run. Really good run. I really liked this. Despite the losing in Act 4 whole bit that it did. It was a cool 3-energy silent deck with lots of little tricks. The Madnesses, the Doppelganger, the Adrenaline, and a couple zero-cost cards, enabling it to stay functional despite a really crippling lack of ability to play enough cards, and the Pocket Watch kind of working for and against us the whole way. Great run. Great run. Not every run that you lose is a bad run, and I think this is a good example of one that was... Wasn't it supposed to be dead, like, a long time ago? I don't know, that was, Cage, Sacred Bark, Tiny House. Crazy. Crazy. Hey, Getty Mouse, the small ladder has ended! With a third attempt dying at Ascension 9. There will be more ladder action in the future, not today. I note that we also only fought 2 elites every act, which, quite frankly, is not enough on A20. This should be more like what it looks like, right? Fight 4 elites every act. Or 3. Fight... yeah, 4 or 3. Well, this one had pretty few elites for a winning run. This was the Pandora's Box run, though. Great silent run. Great silent run. Before I jump on into this defect run with a Sacred Bark start, I am going to take a quick break, refill my water, stretch my legs. When I return, more Slay the Spire action. Don't go nowhere, everybody. Be right back.
Commander, one of our most valued supporters, says continued support of the XCOM project.
Alrighty, folks, we are back. Thank you so much for that patience. While I was away, Nate Fizzledog, thank you for the 1.5 months of stream support. Wait, what? Let's see, are we ever strong enough to go for an early Burning Elite? Only if potions drop, right? Only if potions drop. We go to the early shop and buy a potion like a nerd. And then try to avoid dying. I think our best path does go through the Burning Elite. You know what? Let's do it. Risk reward, they say. Risk reward. Probably want to zap. I think we'll take 2 damage here. It's the best play. Then we can dual cast to get a guaranteed kill on both of them. Our life a lot easier. Barrage with no starting relic, pretty stinky. Compile Driver, similarly stinky, but a little bit less stinky. At least does 7 damage guaranteed. Or Stack on floor 1, also stinky. Compile Driver is the least stinky. We'll take it, and hope. Take it and hope. Keep this so that Compile Driver draws a card. Please cease your assault, Jawworm. That's more like it. Okay. They're not too bad. We get a potion. My god. The value. And a Blunk card. Or a self-repair, which is like a block card, but it doesn't make Gremlin Knob angry. So that's kind of nice. Combat heal 7. Against Legamoon or Sentries, we'd be much happier with either Charge Battery or Leap. I like the Battery in particular. The additional energy on the following turn. Go with that. Might have to go to a hard pull fight here to try to get another potion. Yeah, Leap. A good description of Leap. Uneventful, but still a good block card. It's definitely it. Definitely what Leap is. Ah, Ball Lightning. Damage and Orb Generation. Both things we desperately, desperately need going into this next Burning Elite fight. I think we do want to jump into a hard pool combat as well. The deck is reasonably well equipped for such a fight now. There's a chance it drops another potion. There's a chance it drops another decent card, and it might not even be that hard of a fight. Although this looks a little lousy. You have 21 health. But theoretically, if I draw a strike, this will kill, right? Sorry, hard pool. Hard being the opposite of easy. Your first 3 encounters in Act 1 come from the easy pool, a set of fights easily beaten with the starting deck. But once you get past that third combat, they start to get spicy. Go for the 5 block. Well, that dual cast is tempting. We'll eat a fair bit of damage to keep the block potion around, which I think is worth doing. Not the smoothest fight, but I didn't expect it to be. And we do get a potion, a Distilled Chaos. Play the top 6 cards of the draw pile. That's why we risked all of our health to come here, was just to get that, and I think it's well worth it. Fighting Hexaghost? No. Guardian? Let's still go Static Discharge against Guardian. Whenever we receive unblocked attack damage, channel 1 Lightning. First past the ghost system. Oh dear. I'm sorry, Chrono, but I can't make comments on an ongoing slime spree. We don't have 6 or more cards in the draw pile. They'll still shuffle the deck around and try again. Keep going from what was in the discard pile. Might need to be a rebound here. Just another attack card. Do some damage. I don't want a capacitor this early, so it's either rebound or static. Go with the rebounds. Controlled front load. Static is very nice in the later game, though, that's for sure. Lose some max health to get the golden idol, and we're fighting super sentries. Just gonna go ahead and probably use the Distilled Chaos here on turn 1, or do I hold on for turn 2? I'll use it here on turn 1. So rebound a zap. Hit the Distilled Chaos. What do you got? Zap, compile, strike, defend, ball lightning, strike. My favorite series of words. Oh yeah, get him. was really clean for a floor 6 Burning Elite. That was really clean. We even kept one of the potions, which was extra value because we found a toy ornithopter. Whenever we use a potion, heal 5 health. We're offered a barrage, a beam cell, and a cool-headed. Cool-headed being a very nice pairing with compile driver, as well as a way to get our orb slots filled up. I like that a lot. The beam cell would be good for vulnerable. As far as upgrades go, what are we going to upgrade before this next elite fight? Are we going to fight this next elite fight? I think I am. I think we should upgrade the ball lightning, though, so it's a good rebound target. The compile river could be a good upgrade, too. But we have to be prepared for the possibility of Gremlin Nub. I think the ball lightning will help a bit against that. Failing that, we do have a block potion with 24 block in it, so hopefully that'll help. It is the Knob. We didn't draw Zap on turn 1 or Cool-Headed or Ball Lightning, and that's not good. We did, however, draw Rebound Ball Lightning together, and that is good. So next turn we just full block with the block pot. Let's see, in the draw pile we have 22, 29, plus 3 more draws and 2 more energy. We need this Zap. This unfortunately means some more damage here. I think we need to charge batteries so that we have a chance of lethal next turn. Plus, I think that blocked. Hey, we made it. Huzzah! Finding the legendary ceramic fish. Whenever we add a card to the deck, gain 9 gold, which might be comboed with the golden idol. I don't mind a second compile river. We already have 2 orb types. Creative AI is way too heavy for the early game here. Tempest is a bit heavy as well, with our low energy. Yeah, another attack that draws cards, please. A boot. Be gone, Boot. I have no need of you today. Okay, we're back to a whole having no potions thing, which is a bit rough. Next turn. Or this works too. Try to save every hit point we can. Explosive Potion, 20 damage to all enemies, that's great. That gives me the ability to brazenly head up this way. Brazenly, I tell you. Ooh, and more orb generation. Or a melter here. Love the Cold Snap, actually. Yeah. Love the Cold Snap. One more attack that generates orbs. With all this card draw, I like the Zap upgrade a whole lot. A whole lot. Although we might want to think maybe about what if Snecko Eye. Charge battery upgrade too. Melter versus Guardian certainly would have been solid. That's okay. Upgrade the charge battery to be a honking 10 Blanc. Twice the power. Jeez. Yeah, have to use that, unfortunately. It's never gonna not happen. It's never gonna not happen. We'll take an auto shields, because it's a very good block. And as long as this isn't Gremlin Knob, and as long as I get, hey, look, an easier version of the fight we just beat. Ridiculous. Get a potion from this, we'll be alright. You can see the maps for all 3 acts from the start. Ooh, I think that would mean a lot of differences in the decision-making around whether to take your Burning Elite in Act 1, 2, or 3. Knowing when your best opportunity to deal with it is would help you with a lot more informed decisions. Jeez, really? Loop is like not what we need right now. I am going to take it, because we're being offered it. But if this is Knob, I think we die. It's not. Or just... Like Knob? With Sentries and then Knob. Oh no, this was either Legvoulin or Sentries. What am I on about? Excuse me. Loop is just boot spelled backwards. That's true. That's actually true. Rebound that. It does bring us a little low on health. But I'm sure 4 is plenty, right? Right? Still alive. At least for now. Not sure about next turn, though. Still technically alive. Exactly correct hit points. Brilliant. Get a boat thingy. 14 Blanc on turn 2. And more cards that I definitely don't want. I have 1 hit point and no potions still. Brutal act with Sacred Bark. Brutal act. Am I gonna rest? Probably. Yeah, we should be able to beat Guardian if I rest, most of the time. And that gets us into Act 2, which is our chief concern at the moment. Actually, Darkness is not bad. Darkness is great here. Okay, we'll take a Darkness. I am still gonna rest, though. As much as I'd like to upgrade. There's a world where we beat Guardian on 1 health, but it's not a very likely world. So I'll take the rest. It might even not be enough to save me. In 28. Really? I'm 1 damage short of the transform here. 12 plus 16. 28. We need 29. Dang it. Well, the good news is that we live on, like, 3. So that's nice. Hooray. Uh-oh. I said I need to put the Dark Orb in front, too, or the Frost Orb in front for the extra 2 block. The dual casting capabilities here. Much as it'd be nice to dual cast this Dark Orb, next turn is very dangerous. Otherwise. Didn't die. Heck yeah. We have 19 block, take 4, so I can take 1 to play Compounder if I want to. We do have dual casts, so I should be able to transform here. E6, yes. Uh-oh. My Frost Orb loop is gonna get me dunked with auto shields. Blade Strike. Help! Wait. If I play an attack, I'll take 4 damage, which means I'll have 1 hit point and no block. And then we can play the auto shields. Brilliant! Is there any other way to survive? Go Ball Lightning, we gain 5 block, lose 4, go to 3. And I could compile 2 hit points. No, that wouldn't work. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna play Compounder. Ah! The agony. How can I play Ball Lightning? Put a 12 plus 2. No. Now we just, like, die here or something. Looks like it. Couldn't even beat him with the rest. Well. Dang. GG. I'll run that back on defects. Dying to the Act 1 boss is not a sufficiently entertaining way to go. Give me a nuclear battery to start instead. That can be fun. Probably not going this way, so we start over here-ish. 2 pots that whole act? I think it was 3. Block Potion. The Distilled Chaos. And the Explosive Potion. For what we found. That's not atrociously, like, unlucky. But it was pretty sad in conjunction with Sacred Bark, though, for sure. I think it's random, Suros, which, this is a lot better with, Nuclear Battery. I think it's random which song plays for the act. 57 gold for Relic? I'm okay with that. Means we don't go to that early shop. But it means we get a Relic, so Relics are good. Not gonna lose the Compounder, I quite like that. Art of War, even more energy generation if we play no attacks during our turn. Gain an additional energy on the next one. Pretty cool. Dare I say that's very cool. Pick the one here. Blessing the Forge is a really good early game potion. Another Compounder or a Chill. Chill filling up our orb slots with Frost Orbs. Sometimes bad, because we lose the Nuclear Battery Plasma Orb. Let's take another Compounder. I think 2 of those will work really well. There's... Are there 2 different background musics for each act? I feel like there are. And it's just random which one you get? Or am I completely crazy and it's always the same one? I could have sworn there's 2 different ones. Ooh, actually, with 2 compilers, I like a beam cell a lot here. To apply some vulnerable, let us do additional physical damage. Damage. Oh, did I want to go this way so that I could fight 2 elites? That hits 2 shops, though. That's ridiculous. I don't know. We're going to fight 3 elites, only get 1 upgrade this whole act, because I'm terrible? Alright, that sounds great. Take the ambitious pathing. Why bother with anything else? There's a way to get a Frost Orb. That's excellent. Works with the Compulsivers, works with the Beam Cell. Beautiful. Alright, Burning Elite. Fair to get toasted, or we can get 4 upgrades, which might be way better, instead of trying to fight 3 elites. We could upgrade the Beam Cell, we could upgrade our damage cards. We can remove a strike. Alright, I'm sold. We'll start with the Beam Cell for 2 turns of Vul. And then we'll fight this nerd, who's being very rude. Refuse. Solid fight, Meteor Strike. Law Barrage. Not impossible to play Meteor Strike. Interestingly. Interesting. Playable Meteor Strike is always worthwhile considering. The thing is, we've got these 2 compile drivers and a carefully cultured set of orbs that'll enable the compulsivers to draw cards for us, which the Meteor Strike will completely obliterate. So I really don't like the way that it fits into what we've already started building here. Much prefer to skip, quite frankly. The barrage is okay. I'm gonna skip. Yeah, I think we could have bought a second one. I like, actually, Capacitor a lot. To give us more orb slots, helps us keep the nuclear battery around longer. Taking it. Guess that means I don't remove a strike. Perhaps foolish. Okay, does this deck want to upgrade Zap? Probably. So we'll upgrade the hologram first. Ooh. Interesting. Three strikes in there with the potion. Okay, very important. We have our ourselves a nice comfy nut pipe. Even better turn 1, Lantern. For 1 energy. Glacier is a solid block card that generates some more orbs. Nice with Capacitor, nice against Guardian here. Or we can take a Rip and Tear or a Hello World. Let's take the Glacier. And let's upgrade Capacitor now that we have even more orb generation. Again, hoping to keep that nuclear battery orb in one of our orb slots for oh jeez. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. Hello? Damage cards, hi? Are you there? The hell? There they are. Jeez, do I try to draw a dual cast? Is that what I need? Snap. Potterberg kills. Now we try to draw the dual cast, I guess. Not get there. 8 more, dang. Should be done now, though. Smiley face. There we go. Yikes, what a nasty fight that was. I think we're still going into Guardian with an upgrade, but dang. It's not like we were short on damage cards either, we just didn't draw them. For the most part. Interesting. Could take another snap. I'd rather have a Ball Lightning. We have too many Frost Orbs for the Compilderverse to be happy with. Like, we don't want 6 Frost Orbs. We want 2 Frost Orbs, a Lightning Orb, a Dark Orb, and a Plasma Orb. I'm not a fan of this Rip and Tear. I'm not a fan of this Streamline. I'm just going to skip them all. We're going to upgrade probably a damage card. Maybe a Compile Driver, since we're pretty much always playing them. We'll think about the Zap upgrade at a future time. Yes, Riles, the role of your Gremlin fight has a huge impact on how well it goes, that's for sure. That is most certainly true. Here we go. We can actually, like, do the damage now. How unconventional. Perfect block. Better. Feels like we need a recursion or something, because we eventually have to lose this orb. Seemed to be a way around that. that one up. Or maybe need a meteor strike. I suppose that could also do the job, couldn't it? Instead of our Art of War for next act, we're offered a Core Surge Hyper Beam Machine Learning. Oh man. Very, very tempting to take a Core Surge. It's some front-loader damage and sets us up nicely for a Biased Cognition later. Machine Learning is pretty nice for more card draw. More cycling allows us to take better advantage of the upgraded cards in the deck. I could even see Hyper Beam being pretty alright here. Although it'd be better if we'd taken the Meteor Strike. A lot of important debuffs to block in Act 2 with the Core Surge. I'm gonna take the Core Surge. Some damage going. Machine Learning makes removal more powerful. Yeah, it does, I think. And that makes this Empty Cage worth considering here. Because we have lots of access to energy from Lantern, Art of War, and Nuclear Battery. We don't necessarily need to take a downside. Sozu would prevent us from gaining potions, and that's a toughie. Or Coffee Dripper prevents us from resting. Which, with no sustain, is a bit of a hard sell here. We can cut 1 strike, 1 defend, or maybe with Art of War it's better to go 2 strikes. I do think I am going to go with Empty Cage. I've been liking it a lot more than Energy Relics on Defect, especially with the boss swap. 1-1 or 2? Beam Cell. Let's make it 1-1. Didn't miss out a bit. That gives us better ability to draw our more impactful cards on turn 1 when we have, you know, Lantern, Anchor. Gives us more ability to do damage in the early game. Thus... the act layout. Popped into Cage yesterday and it went very well. Not often something I hear described. Usually means a tough Act 1. If you can get past the Act 1, I find the Cage start's not too bad. But boy, is Act 1 hard. Stinky back halves. Always a problem. I'm gonna take one of these 2 paths, fight 2 elites. Simply a question of which one. When in Rome, do as the burning elites do. Rip. Ah. Yes. Got it here, bird. 4 hits to knock him out of the air on Ascension 20 is usually a tall order, but we managed to pull it off. Fortunately, that one gets back in the air. But taking down the one that had strength seemed kind of important. Let's see. 10, 17... 17 plus 6, we would take 2. So it's Glacier and then Dual Cast. Locks for full. Art of War there. Just why I didn't play Strike. Cool. Smooth Bird Fight. That was perfect, I think, right? Double Explosive Pot makes Slavers less intimidating. And go for the eyes versus Sweeping Beam. Beam would be a little bit of helpful area of effect damage, especially combined with the Beam Cell here. Works against our Art of War, though. Feels like we need it, though. I'd rather have it upgraded, though. We're not going to get it upgraded. Guess I'll just take it and hope that it works out alright. Really clean Chosen fight. Plus? I don't know about that. Feels like we really lack damage. We killed, what was that, a 4-turn Chosen kill? No, that was a 3-turn Chosen kill. That's pretty good. I have no complaints about our damage when we kill Chosen in 3 turns. This is a questionable stack, though. We'll skip it. Take a Melter to help our damage. Rose and I could be a thing. What is a thing, I think, is Turbo. For more energy generation. Especially as our card draw gets better and better. I would certainly add a third, fourth, and fifth Compiled River at this point. Hey, Merv Quinn, glad to hear that about the Monster Train VOD. Hope you enjoyed that little bit of content there. Always have a deck in mind before starting, and you think that limits ya. I would think so, Biff Boy, yes. The most effective strategy in Slay the Spire, I have found, is to stay flexible and to adapt to the relics that you find, the potions that you have, and the cards that you're being offered. Going forth with a set destination in mind with what your deck will become is ultimately going to be somewhat limiting. And as I go through the Spire, I try to think of my cards as kind of like pieces combo pieces, damage, scaling, block, status effects, and I'm looking for any card that can fulfill that role rather than specific cards. Right now, this deck needs more. Focus would be a big one. Energy generation and card draw are also nice, so that's where the turbo comes in. Turbo and a card removal is like a card draw. The real strategy was the cards we found along the way. That's right. That's right. I do like turbo card remove here. Melter could be a thing. Hologram could be a thing. A strike. Time to spin the wheel. Please don't hurt me. Dang it! I specifically asked for anything other than this. Ow. Oh god. Help! Ooh. Okay. Okay, we are surely gonna have some damage headed our way next turn. Well, at least I can block for 9. Oof. Let me hologram the dual cast to Frost Orb to block at least a little bit here. Only 4. On this turn. There's that recursion we wanted. I'm gonna take it. Lets me put the Plasma Orb in the back and generates 2 energy. Although the turbo might obsolete that a bit. That's mostly I want to keep drawing with the competitors. I'm gonna take that. I don't know how well we do in this fight. I'm hoping that 2 explosive potions lets me through. Well, that's interesting. Glad we got attacked on turn 1, quite frankly. It means Grum Leader won't attack us next turn, since we can't kill any of the minions here. And I do want to keep this around, so... Oh, that was wrong. Glacier first. That was wrong. Panicked a bit there. This rule of Spire is don't panic. Explicitly asked for something other than this. Another early attack. Okay, we'll play Competitor first and then Turbo. We put the thingy in the discard pile here. Okay, I probably want to dual cast for more energy too, then I can play everything. Yeah. Okay. Everything is going fine. Nothing is wrong. 72 health. Don't know if we kill leader next turn. We may not. I had no guaranteed kill on the Fat Gremlin. I could have gone for a guaranteed kill on the Shield Gremlin. Maybe that was better. I may have worked this. We blocked the weak, actually. That was huge. I feel like I've, Dang it. Dang it. Frustrating. We are alive, though. And we have some kind of healing. Hooray? Hooray. That's gonna be death. Is worrying. What I'm gonna call that. Have a pretty good turn, though. Don't think it saves us, but it was nice while it lasted. Huzzah? Glacier was the last card, too. Oh! Yeah, we're dead. We're dead. Super dead. I can hologram the void so we don't draw it again. Hologram beam cell to try to, like... There's no way we do 88 damage in 2 turns, though. I survive? 10 times 4 next turn? Maybe. Probably not. I think it's gotta be hologram this void, get it out of here. Or, like, defend recursion. I think 18. The 2 wounds are probably what's gonna kill me, though. More than anything else. GG. We're never gonna win if we take the coward's path. Oh, just kind of fell apart. We'll do one more. We'll do one more. With a Slaver's Color to start. Slaver's Collar gives us an extra energy during boss and elite combats, and I think that allows us to take this 3 elite route with Watcher to get a nice early powerful start. We'll probably visit the shop just to make sure that we have enough damage, but I strongly suspect that'll go well. Giving up our normal starting relic of the miracle that the Watcher gets. In this economy, absurd. Played another strike on the previous turn. Should have. What are these draws, though? If I'd taken the Meteor Strike, would I have taken the Coffee Tripper? Hell no. No, we would be useless with a with that deck and a Meteor Strike that we could play all the time. Don't think that would have gone well at all. Take a foreign influence, or actually no, Bowling Bash is going to be really good against elites, and we're fighting Slime Boss. 7 damage per enemy in combat. Again, biggest problem with that Meteor Strike is that it shutting off the compadres just instantly kills us, pretty much. If we can't draw cards, we can't do anything with the energy. Early Conclude, that's a huge damage card. Deal 12 to all enemies and end our turn. Very good AoE, very good front load. Very, very powerful card. After Fate's not bad either, but with Slime Boss coming up, I am 100% going to take a Conclude here. Good upgrade target as well. Hit this one for the chance of Eruption Conclude next turn to end the fight. Not regular Conclude. 4, 4, 9 is 17, so we can actually take only 4 here. That worked out pretty alright. Wheel Kick, deal 15, draw 2. Another powerful attack with 4 energy in elite fights, which we're going to be fighting many of in a minute. I think a Wheel Kick will do very well. Protect not terrible either, with the 12 block. I'll take the damage. We can now take a Blanc card if we want, although I would have much preferred to be able to buy a Vajra. We take a second Wheel Kick, and a card removal, or a potion and a card removal. The Prostrate here. Like, whatever. Let me remove a card. With 3 attacks added, we can remove a strike. Although Watcher does like her strikes quite a bit. Fire. Potion's not bad. I feel like I'd go with the Blessing of the Forge over the Fire Pot most of the time. But I could see Fire being really good against Sentries and Nob in particular. Hey Mifflin, don't have a place for such suggestions. You can put them on Discord or here in Twitch chat. But there's no designated spot. We're just gonna get a potion from this guy, and I'm gonna be immediately regretting buying a potion. I'm gonna save my money. Like Watcher can pull that off in this circumstance. I regret everything. Hello? What is this? Would Sip and Lethal, if I had the Forge Pot, would be 9, 29, plus 18 is 47. Yes, we would have had Lethal with the Forge Pot. As it is, we'll use the Gambler's Brew. It's fine. Pretty absurd. You get a potion from the fight, though. I knew it. And a Wallop. Oh, I love Wallop. Deal 9 damage, gain block equal to the unblocked damage dealt by this attack. Such an efficient and powerful card. I think Third Eye is pretty good, too. But give me that Wallop. Actually, all of these are fine. Simmering Fury is great stance control. Go to Wrath next turn. And draw more cards is definitely a useful combination of things to do. Wallop is such a splashable card, I find. Wakey wakey. Don't wake up here on turn 1 with Wallop and Vigilance coming up. Yeah, even drawing both of them on the same turn for a convenient full block. Don't mind if I do. Unavoidable 10. Seems fine. Rude. You'll get there eventually, Matt. Takes a lot of time and practice. They'll really kind of work it together with Spire, but got faith. Unire. Every time we play 3 attacks in 1 turn, gain a dex. That would make Carve Reality pretty decent. 2 attacks in 1. If we can pay for the cost, which we can. Also a Ragnarok here. Deal 5 damage to a random enemy 5 times. It upgrades to 6 and 6. A really powerful card for Watcher on the offense side of things. We're a bit behind on cards we'd like to upgrade. I like the upgrades on Wallop and Wheel Kick and Conclude, all of these uncommon attacks. But if we take Ragnarok, that ends up being the priority upgrade immediately. Which I'm fine with. It does so much damage. It does way too much damage. $72 damage in Wrath. A lot of damage. Good potion. Looks like I don't need to. Ling Bash, heck yeah. Pops off this nerd. Probably want to play this Conclude. We'll take the 2 damage to do that. And then we have Eruption Ragnarok to kill here. See you nerds later. Bag of Prep draws us 2 more cards on turn 1, and that's good news, as is Meditate here, letting us put a card from the discard pile into our hand, retain it, enter Calm, and end our turn. I feel like nobody upgrades Eruption. Eruption's a pretty good upgrade. I know a good bunch of players who like to go for the early upgrade on Eruption. Main reasons not to upgrade Eruption are twofold. One, if you get a Snecko then you wasted that upgrade. Snecko is pretty dang good, and this deck would love a Snecko, so something to be aware of. And the other thing is that sometimes you'll be offered better 1-cost Wrath entries. Crescendo, Tantrum, Simmering Fury. And if you have any of these cards, it may be better to remove the Eruption and rely on the new card rather than to kick around with the old one, you know? 144 health Lagavulin? Do it. Damn it. It's not a good start. There's this. Might have been an energy potion and get a kunai proc. Ooh. Well, never mind. That worked out. Aw. Really? Disappointment. Gross. These draws, though. I think we use the energy potion next turn. Something like like that then. Did not even draw the wheel kick. Can't end turn in Wrath because we would die. We're just gonna slowly die instead. Here we go. Now I can actually play my damage cards. Much better went that way. Okay. Sure. I think I took that Regal Pillow. I was thinking we might end up needing to rest. So we're fighting Slime Boss? I got a Bottled Lightning. Oh. Wow. 3 rare cards off 1 elite? Holy crap. Did I just beat a boss? Crazy. We could bottle Scrawl, but kind of makes Bag of Prep sad. Kind of makes Bag of Prep sad, doesn't it? Deviform would make the expensive stuff easier to play, but it is itself another big expensive card, so I'm like, eh. I would take a Deus Ex Machina for sure. Do each of these rare cards decrease future rare card chance? It gets reset to a base value. So seeing 1 rare card and seeing 3 at the same time, it's the same rare chance afterwards. Man, Devotion is pretty spicy. Makes me miss that Prostrate we saw. Want to bottle. Maybe I'll bottle this Meditate. Try that. Double rare card in Fight 2 is possible, but 3 is not. Yes! But Elite fights, getting triple rare is possible, because Elites have a higher baseline rate. Let's take a Third Eye. Or some Scry. Mental Fortress is okay there, too. Worship is pretty good with his Devotion Plus, isn't it? That's right, the base rare chance for normal fights is 0, or I think it might even be, like, negative. But for elites, it's 5% or something like that. It's also a shockingly good swivel, right? We have, all of the 2-cost attacks. And making 1 free is pretty alright. Consecrate works well with the Kunai. Dramatic Entrance works well with the Kunai and the Bag of Prep. Not taking an Ori here. Another swivel deck, possibly. Well, I think it ends up being Worship and a card remove instead. Find out. Take an event. Ouch. And we will upgrade before Slime Boss here. We are Watcher, after all. Easy. Easy, easy, easy. Fight! Blasphemy, another Ragnarok, and a Scrawl. Hard fight, I know, right? Watcher and Slime Boss. Happens every time. Chat blink. We got a Divinity Ragnarok there with our mantra. 10 mantra puts us into a Divinity stance, making us do triple damage for the rest of the turn. So Ragnarok does 108 damage. And then we just finish off with some strikes and stuff. I don't think we need Blasphemy with Worship Plus and Devotion Plus. Let's take some card draw. Scroll is a lot better now that we have the Worship. How do you survive Blasphemy? There's 2 ways to do it. Actually, 3 ways to do it. One is to have an extra life. Fairy in a bottle or a lizard tail. Those will revive you when Blasphemy kills you. You can have a stack of buffer, and that'll save you. Or you can be intangible, and that'll work. Artifact does not work. Just vault easy. Okay, we are offered energy here. Either Busted Crown, to give us less card rewards, or the Cursed Key to curse us when we open a non-boss chest. You can also win the fight, that's true. Or Pandora's Box to transform the 6 remaining starter cards. Since we're down 2 already, I'm more interested in the energy, especially with these expensive-ass cards. And I think I would prefer Cursed Key over Busted Crown. Limiting our card choices is brutal. Let's just take the relatively easy energy. We'll open one chest and skip another, probably, to avoid getting too many curses. We also want to make sure we fight enough elites. See, we never go this way, right? Just want to go... Okay, I don't want to go to an early shop, but I do want to get events. And I do want to fight maybe 3 elites. Go this way? We could even go this way, get an extra fire instead of this elite. And that looks pretty good. Okay, we'll do that. Well, that's not good. Wallop doesn't block if we can't do any actual damage through the block. So I think we have to Energy Pot, Ragnarok Wallop, and then probably defend? Dex. Let's strip some plated armor off the Shelled Parasite at least. Strike for a Dex. Just try to save our 5 hit points. Blocking is wrong, I don't want to be right. Ugh. Brutal. I'll play Devotion. Fight. This fight. We do have a Regal Pillow. Okay. Let's try to recover then. I'll have to remember not to skip Devotion again. We get our energy potion back too. And we're offered Crush Joints as a way to scale our attacks. We can take a Mental Fortress for block when we change stances, and that's quite nice. Got enough stance change going on with the Divinity. Or some Scry in the form of Cut Through Fate, which works well with the Kunai, actually. Take a cut through fate. Gain a relic for a curse. No deal. And we will fight these nerds, even though they might kill me. We have to kill them, at least one of them, next turn. And playing the devotion does not help me do that. Ever. Probably have to use the energy pot then. I like energy pot, eruption, wallop. Meditate the eruption back. Actually, if I go eruption, wallop, strike with the energy pot, just outright kill pointy, then I can play devotion. Still full blocks though. Now do we devotion? I mean, meditating eruption is better than just ending the turn. Do that. Have we settled the differences? Gotten close. We've had some spirited debates, but it feels like still a bit away from making true progress without bloodshed. Okay, Flurry of Blows works nicely with the Kunai, allowing us to play many attacks per turn. Could argue the same thing for Follow-Up, but Follow-Up doesn't come back to our hand like Flurry does. Let's take it. Let's take it. And I'm gonna risk this. This is how risky? This is an easy pull fight. Okay, I'm gonna risk this for the biscuit here. 21 damage to get a book. That book is the Necronomicon, and that's why I was willing to risk it here. The first attack that we play each turn, costing 2 or more, is played twice. So now, Eruption, Wheel Kick, Wallop, and Ragnarok are all played twice. The first time we play them every round. Which is a pretty big deal. Okay, there's a Ragnarok. Unplayable Ragnarok. I wanted that. Oh well. Thank you, Red Mask. Uh-oh. Scrawl and Hope. Good. That's 8 block, 6. Quite enough yet. Dang it. Conclude would kill, so Conclude blocks for 6. So it's Third Eye Conclude. Doesn't put me into Divinity yet. Next turn we're good though. These are all fine. Cool, all we had to do was survive this fight. We have done. Get him. Like water plus. At the end of our turn, if we're in calm, gain 7 block. I've got a meditate and a vigilance to get into calm. I like it. There's plus on it. Fight the elite now, right? No. Let's rest for 35 hit points instead. Sounds much better. Down early. Shame about Ragnarok, but alright. The boot! Alright, decisively murdered. I like Foresight a lot. Sort of our turn Scry 3 helps us find the cards we want. Helps us make sure Flurry of Blows is in the discard pile. Helps us get back to the big stuff. Always like a Foresight. I could see Crush Joints being okay too. What we don't have is enough instances of block for Wave of the Hand to be particularly good. Okay. Double Ragnarok isn't great here, but I think we should play it anyway. It does 72 total damage, which is almost half of the health pool of all these guys, and then maybe I can pick off one of them with Bowling Bash, whomever gets hit the most. The middle guy, apparently. How often do we kill him first? Not too often. Cool, I'll do it. It means no wounds for the whole fight. What? Crazy. Probably just meditate to get back Ragnarok and win next turn. Be weak, though. Does that even win next turn? That might not win next turn. If we're in Wrath, it'll win. Ow. But we're not in Wrath. We're not in Wrath at all. Okay, Art of War, if we don't play any attacks on our turn, will give us an extra energy on the following turn. That's mostly useless, I think. What a Crescendo Plus? Just a good old Retain, Enter Wrath is pretty nice, but I feel like that's what Worship is supposed to be doing. So I'm going to say no. I'm going to skip that because of Curse Key. Don't want to add a curse to this deck. And I don't want to die, so I'm going to sleep another time. This Regal Pillow. A whack! You were knocked unconscious. Groggy and with a throbbing head, you awaken to find yourself thrown into the center of a massive stadium with an overflowing audience of slavers, cultists, and other denizens of the city. see what Cuts Her Fate reveals. If I get double wallop, I'll probably do something different. Damn it. Figured that might happen. Stupid Ragnarok. Whatever. Fight! This time I'll try to do it correctly. So for winning the second fight, you are very handsomely rewarded with 2 relics, 1 uncommon relic, that's the question card, 1 rare relic, that's wing boots, and 100 gold plus a chance at a potion here. Which means we can actually fight another elite now if we want to, by using a charge of the wing boots, which let us ignore the path when traveling from room to room up to 3 total times. Nice. Get that in play on turn 1. Do we not play Meditate? Yes, we don't. I'm gonna try to double wallop next turn. Or... oh, God. Awful. Guess we double Ragnarok and defend. Use the Eruption here. If this was an upgraded Eruption, we'd have lethal, hilariously. But the Eruption gets doubled by the Necronomicon because it costs 2. Stings a bit. It's all good, though. All we have to do is get into the Divinity. And everything's fine. Prayer Wheel lets us get an extra card reward off normal enemies. These are all pretty whatever. Yeah, we get to see 8 cards per normal combat now? That's ridiculous. We're not creating very many cards during combat. Empty Body is okay. Another Third Eye is okay. But let's find another elite. With 1 charge of our wing boots here. Hey, here we go. Worship and Meditate. Makes it real tempting. Use the potion. Use the potion. Attacked me anyway. How rude. Ridiculous. Get doubled, so I'll at least get a kunai proc out of it. Ouch. Okay, fruit juice gives us some more max health. I guess we're resting a third time this act. That's pretty brutal. But the deck is so good, feels good anyway. I'm sure it's actually good. Oh, don't forget to take this. Okay, we got the eruption upgraded. That's good. That's good. We don't have that problem anymore. I am going to go into this fight. We have 10 effective health with the fruit juice. Hopefully we can dunkify pretty well. Otherwise we could have a problem. Let's go eruption bowling bash. How often does that go poorly? Sometimes. But not often enough. Ah, easy. Be alright? Hey, there's a double wall up. And the vigilance to go with. Perfect. Also use Cut Through Fate to guaranteed get a strike, which will do 9 damage, so that's actually a guaranteed kill. Second Meditate, second Flurry, just like he's kind of something with the Kudai. A second Wallop is definitely going to get added to the deck. That's for sure. Why did I just play the Worship turn 2? Because of Hex. Didn't want that stinky days, so we're never going to go into Divinity there. We skip there. Okay, Collector. I'm not going to be able to beat you on 10 health, so we'll rest one last time. Hopefully one last time. It's been a tough sell on this Regal Pillow. Ragnarok next turn, doubles, potentially? Like it. Ooh. Or Wallop doubles. It's a bad situation for Ragnarok, isn't it? We actually play the Eruption. I like double Wallop here. Double Wallop Wheel Kick. Not quite a kill. Go Eruption, and then double Wallop would exactly kill the front one. And block for 36. You know what? Let's do that. And then we could weak pawn if we want, or we could just take a little bit of damage here. Get these powers down. Again, are you? Well, we'll see about that. Yeah, look at this kunai going off. 4 decks already on turn 3. Be rad. Actually, what if I do this? Divinity next turn. guess we didn't have to rest. That's alright. Should have just slime bossed it again. Omniscience. Pretty tempting here. Use a card in the draw pile, play it twice. That can be instant divinity with targeting worship. We can double up on the devotion or some of the other powers. We can triple cast Ragnarok with it. That's pretty powerful. More divinity with blasphemy is fine. Devaform, we already have tons of energy. I don't think we need that. Or Spirit Shield to block based on the number of cards in hand. Pretty good with Scroll. I'll take the Omniscience. And then Snecko Eye, please. Oh. Astrolabe looking good, though. Transform and upgrade 3 cards. Definitely have some cards we no longer want. They all say strike on them. The old bunch of stuff tiny house option's not bad either. 50 gold and 5 max health is nice. Or Velvet Choker is even more energy but limits us to 6 cards per turn, which is unacceptable. Let's do the Astrolabe. Transform 3 strikes into... Actually, maybe Transform Conclude at this point, now that we have the Meditate. Nah, 3 strikes. Oh, we got a Vault. Excellent. Vault, Collect, and Inner Peace. A really good triple threat there. Collect is more energy generation. Vault is an entire extra turn, and with how much energy we have, super good. And Inner Peace is just some more stance control, makes the like water a little bit better. Heck yeah. Pretty happy with those. We do have 2 Wing Boots charges, so let's carefully consider our options here. Hey, Tenork. The starter fact was super helpful. Hey, glad to hear that people are still using that. I think I wrote it about 2 years ago now. But very, very happy to hear that, that it's helping folks out. Jump once. To go fire. Probably want to remove, because we have to get a curse. So we might actually go... That or we'll fight 2 elites. Depends on what the curse is. Then maybe jump over here. We get an early shop guaranteed? No. All the shops require us to sacrifice either an elite or a campsite to get to. So let's take a bunch of question marks. And maybe we can get a random shop? Maybe, just maybe. Again, we get to look at 8 cards per regular combat. Mostly looking for things that say plus on them right now. Although Wave of the Hand is tempting. Maybe I should be taking more regular combats. Because of this incredibly good combo. Oh, great question, Tony Cheese. So... that's part of a little bit of a lie when it comes to Spire's phrasing. Whenever you have a card added to your draw pile, like those dazed from the repulsors, it's not actually shuffled into your draw pile. What it means is they're added at a random location. So let's say if you have Frozen Eye, it's really easy to observe this because you see all your cards in the draw order. But let's say you look with Frozen Eye, and this is the order of cards you see. You're going to draw Defend, Eruption, Vigilance, Necronomicon, Bowling Bash, etc. And 2 Dazed get shuffled into the draw pile. They'll appear in random spots. So let's say one goes between Vigilance and Necronomicon, and the other goes between Like Water and Wallop. But all the other cards are going to stay exactly the same order as they are. That's true for any effect that says shuffle a card into the draw pile, whether it be like Wild Strike on Ironclad, anything that puts Insights into the draw pile on Watcher, anything like that. If the card says shuffle your draw pile, reboot and Deep Breath both say that. Those two actually shuffle. But anything that just adds a card to the draw pile is lying when it says shuffle. The filthy, filthy lie. Much as I'd like to double Ragnarok here, I think this is defend, defend, foresight, third eye. Try to set up our next turn for being better. Which does activate Art of War. We're finding our vaults. Omniscience counts as vaults. Sure. You only get to vault once if you Omniscience vaults, but it can still be a very helpful thing to do. Potentially. Crashed him. If I was to Omniscience Ragnarok, it would be 3 times. Every duplication effect that plays a card an additional time in Spire will play it 1 more time. So every time we stack a duplication, we can add 1 to the count. So Necronomicon Ragnarok plays it twice. If we're Omnisciencing it, that'd be 3 times. If we have a double tap in play, that would make it 4 times. Add a duplication potion on top of that 5 times, so on and so forth. Silent got to Act 4 Melistrix, but couldn't seal the deal and died to the elites. Which I was pretty happy with, quite frankly. 4 energy? Oh, no, we're playing this. 5 energy. 4 damage. Dunked him. Ah, cards that say plus. Specifically, talk to the hand that say plus. Whenever you attack this enemy, gain 3 block. Very, very good with Flurry of Blows, a good Omniscience target, great with Wallops, great with Ragnarok, and doubly so when the Ragnarok is doubled by Necronomicon. So, 1 talk to the hand plus makes Necronomicon Ragnarok block for 36, 12 times 3. So good. And a Sash Whip Plus to give us some Weaken. Which we don't currently have. Although, we'd rather have a Wave of the Hands. Rather have a Wave of the Hands. What are the odds that I'm going to get a Wave of the Hands? Greater than 0. We'll think about it. Let's take another regular fight. 8 cards is a ton of cards to look at. I regret everything. Almost immediately. Bowling Bash double Wallop third eye? I'd love to double Ragnarok, but with 3 targets, it's not going to go well. A bit. Just try to draw into Vault here? Actually, it's not even try, we just draw into Vault here. Right. Nice. $30 plus 14, not enough to kill you. Exactly kills you. Close! So close. I'm assuming we're gonna get a potion here. I feel like we're due to see one. Or at least in the near future. No. Hey, more cards that say plus. Cut through Fate plus. 9 damage, scry 3, draw a card. Yes. Look at a ton more cards? I don't want to. It might be optimal to look at a ton more cards, but I don't want to do that many combats. We're gonna go here instead, and with question card, happily look at 3 colorless cards. Because there's some very good ones, like Dark Shackles to temporarily dunk an enemy. Secret Technique can help us find important skills like Omniscience or Vaults. Finesse is very good with the Kunai. Panacea could be interesting. Blind, that's a decent source of weaken. Thinking ahead, deep breath, 30. Blind is fine. Take a blind, take a finesse. Is it Dark Shackles, or is it Secret Technique? It's gonna be Secret Technique. Give us some more deck and draw manipulation there. And we begin to fall, losing, I guess, the Bowling Bash. You served us well, Bowling Bash. May you rip in peace. Scry 10, then shuffle your draw pile? Interesting. So just basically choose some cards to discard, mainly. That'd be cool. When would we pick Advantage up? We took it on a silent run today, which didn't win, so there is that, but took it on a silent run today and it worked out reasonably well. Omnisciencing Talk to the Hand here? That sounds good. Do that. So we get 6 block for every hit on the Nemesis here. Ragnarok. Hey, there's Eruption. Perfect. Oop. Got him. Potion Belt lets us hold on to a couple more potions. Tranquility Plus is free entry into Calm, and I like that with the Lake Water. Quite a lot. And with the Inner Peace, letting Inner Peace draw cards more reliably, we'll take that. Maybe an argument for Prey as well, for a little bit more mantra. An upgrade all wouldn't be too bad. Many upgrades we would benefit from. The Meditate, the Scrawl, the Wallops. Don't have any healing that we'd be losing out on. Yeah, I think an upgrade all could be good. I don't think I'm going to be like looking so hard that I ignore fires or anything, though. Might use a jump here. Not gonna use 2 though. Okay. Not jumping to the elite to the right. Might be jumping to this elite. Depends on what curse we get out of the chest. If you jump to this shop, I don't think I'm going to do that. Only got 2 churches, and we want to hit this shop for sure. Grab a recall now. Holding Bash is gone. I could triple Ragnarok. Devotion. Double Devotion's pretty good. Double Devotion's pretty good. And I think I bottled Miracles so that I can do that. Yeah. It's looking good. Rectomancer will attack us next turn. Might draw Warship, though. Or Vaults. Yet get Warship. I'll vault if we don't, quite frankly. No. Ah! Alright, fine. I guess I am vaulting. Be that way. Fortunately means this draw is atrociously bad. Oh dear. Well, that's not good. Definitely should have scryed first in case of Flurry of Blows. X. Ouch. Really rough drawing the wound there. But that's more like it. Okay, Jizu Bracelet could be our ticket to Mind Bloom. Okay, we got a Pain. I think that means we need to go to the shop and remove it right away. Rather than trying to fight 2 elites with a Pain and 25 health, that's not going to work out. Singing Bowl, you are way too late here. I could have gotten so many max health with the Prayer Wheel. We still could get, like, some. Prismatic Shard is an interesting idea, actually. We get to look at a lot of cards. Multicolored card rewards could be pretty interesting here. Probably want to buy a potion or two, since we have 3 empty potion slots and not a lot of game left. Blessing of the Forge looking really good. Let me remove this pain. Weave is certainly alright. Which scry do I actually have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that is pretty good. We have another shop coming up. I don't want to spend all my money. I do think the shard is hilarious enough that I probably want it. Although I'd rather win the run. I'm reevaluating here. Okay, I'm just gonna buy that. This run I would like to win. Shame to not be able to play those on turn 1, but we have good setup. With the double devotion, I trust that everything will be fine. Especially once I do this. And boop! Nice! Preserved Insect will make the Spire, Spear, and Spire Shield fight easier. Sure. Fine. One more Cut-Through Fate for the road? Event or combat? Go event! We got a Juzu Bracelet, and I'd like to see a Mind Bloom. Oh. Winding Halls. It's just stinky. That's just extra stinky. Dang. To beat Time Eater first. That shouldn't be too hard. I think we'll upgrade 4-Sight into 5-Sight. And a membership card was well worth holding on to our cash for here. Doubling our remaining cash. Gonna go ahead and buy the Ancient Potion to block Vulnerable against the Hearts. Ancient Potion, Weak Potion is huge mitigation. Probably want another Ragnarok for so many reasons. Be very happy with another Ragnarok. Smooth Stone for 1 dex is okay. Card removal is okay. Is that a 50-50 for Mind Bloom? No, not even close. There was a whole bunch of different events we could have gotten there. Like maybe 10-20%. Which does 1 dex make a difference? A lot. Right? A lot. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards with Finesse that benefit. That's actually not that many. A lot of our block is coming from top to the hand. And the Wallops. We don't need that. I do think we want the Ragnarok, though. That's such a powerful card to double. I think we hold on to the rest of this for the final shot. Also gonna rest. Attack this nerd. Let's see, how do I feel about Time Eater? Every time we play 12 cards, Time Eater's gonna end our turn and gain some strength. So we have to be picky about the cards we play. Very picky. And playing little minor cards like Flurry, it's usually not going to be worth it. Yes, get the powers down for sure here. Double Wallop is a full block. We go Lake Water Tranquility and play this Collect. Puts us at 9. And Secret Technique for Omniscience, but I can't actually play it. I really like the idea of not playing Lake Water. Do it this way. Okay, we do get to Omniscience Talk to the Hand if we want to. It'd certainly be a nice thing to Omniscience, but then I take the full brunt of this hit. So never mind. Let's take the Kunai Proc. Now we could Omniscience the Talk to the Hand if we want to. Let's see, how much damage is each Ragnarok? If I'm in Divinity. They're about 100 each, right? So can I actually just kill it? Right now? By Omniscience, by Worship puts us in Divinity, then Omniscience Ragnarok Plus does 18 times 18 damage. Which is how much? 324. Plus the rest of my turn? Yeah, let's go for that. Commence the Zoopening. Please tell me I can finish it. Yes, good. Got him. One down, one to go. It's gonna be the Awokened Blokened up next. We drew Talk to the Hand on turn 1. Questionable. As far as Omniscience targets go, the powers are a little bit scarier to use on Awakened one. I think we do still play Like Water. Got some health to spare here. No way to know what the second boss is going to be ahead of time. It's a 50-50 between the two options. Hey, Zizz of Vivification, how you doing today? Talk, Like Water, Defend, Meditate. It's only 12 block, but I mean, we're not taking that much damage. Friends are doing alright today. I have no real nothing to, like, cheer about too much, but I had a really fun silent run that, while it didn't win, got to do some really interesting stuff along the way, picking up Tiny House, Empty Cage, and Sacred Bark as 3 boss relics, and limping our way into Act 4. Wasn't quite enough in the end, but it was fun. I mean, you gotta play it eventually. Better be quicker rather than later. I have to kill these stinky birds, too. Incoming 30. We're blocking for 7 already. This would be quite a bit. Cool. And a kunai proc. Good. But then 2 more strength. Sure, that's fine. Okay, we've got double wall again. We also have secret technique for vault if we need it. Which would let me go divine on the next turn. Although then I don't have the wallop, so not really sure how I feel about that one. You know what? Yeah. Give me the vault. Okay, we can omniscience anything in the draw pile. We can also go divine here. Do I end with conclude? No clue. Double wallop, but I didn't even have to use the omniscience. Perfect. Why, that's beautiful. Does that mean I'm gonna omniscience the foresight now? To scry 8 at the start of every turn? Gives the awakened one a ton of strength, but you know what? It probably doesn't matter that much. Let's do it. So now we're presented with this screen at the start of each turn. Scry 8. Which is an awful lot of scrying. Like all of the scrying. Forever. I need both of these third eyes, huh? Beautiful. Love to see it. Oh, that's a big collect. Lots of Miracle Pluses. Hey there, Danielle. I'm certainly having a good time. Everybody else is too. One more Kunai proc. One more, please. All I want is one. $50 damage incoming. Trying to figure out if I can kill it. I think maybe yes. Oh yeah, I think so. Alright, GG, nerd. 11 decks is pretty inspiring. Kunai Watcher does some serious work sometimes. And this Necronomicon is really popping off, too. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the Heart of the Spire, the source of all this dexterity? Primar Staff with Divine Booping. Deal 2078. Good year. How the Doubling of the Ragnarok. That's this relic right here, Wicked Agents. You get this from an event in Act 2 where you're asked to lose health to get a book. And it says the first attack that you play each turn costing 2 or more gets played twice. So we're using that to duplicate the Wallop, the Wheel Kick, the Ragnaroks. Those 3. Really, really strong relic. Let's upgrade the other Ragnarok. Make sure it hits 6 times. We've got lots of cash here. Ooh, interesting. Fasting. 3 strength, 3 dex, gain 1 less energy at the start of each turn, and we could buy a Panacea to go with it. It's kind of interesting. Having an artifact blocks the lose your energy downside that the fasting normally comes with. And it's just a great way to scale besides. We could think about Sling of Courage, giving us 2 strength in that elite fight, although I think with the Preserved Insect we'll be alright already. Could remove a card. We can buy a potion. Or colorless potion. Or is it just dex for 2 dex? I think it might be the colorless pot. So fasting, Panacea, colorless potion? Yeah, I like that. Do that. What a fascinating turn 1 here. So, Spire Spear is going to put 2 burns directly on top of the draw pile, but we can use Foresight to discard them, so we're never going to see them. That's convenience. Let's take a peek. Let's see. 1 energy, 2 energy, 3 energy, 4 energy. Cut through Fate as well. Okay, there's Talk to the Hand and Fasting. Neither of which... Well, the Talk to the Hand won't do much. I think Fasting is going to be hard to get in play as well. Eruption's good, though. We can do, like, Eruption double Ragnarok next turn. Let's keep the Eruption. We're gonna have Tranquility, so we have a way to leave Rat Stance, or Eruption double Wallop also next turn. Pretty good. And we might end up meditating the Fasting into our hand anyway. So we know if we cut through Fate, we'll draw the Eruption, which I don't want to do. Just Third Eye again, see the next two cards. Yeah, Ragnarok, perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. Excellent. I think. Let's assume perfect. And we have Art of War energy. Yeah, I'll take that Fasting. So we scry those two burns that are on top. Oh, we got a Pulse. Glorious. Totally glorious. So Ragnarok would then be 18... It would be a Divinity Ragnarok, essentially. 18 times 6. Which may not kill anybody, but is quite potent. And we can Vault, take another turn. Which I think means we don't need to use any potions here. Let's just do the thing. Fasting. Often do we kill Spire Spear? Some of the time. Let's try it. Oh, got him. Got him. Let's do that again. Sweet. Dunked on nerds. Bronze Scales is here. Actually, don't mind the weak pot. Number 2. We have 1, but 2 would be helpful. And so is a Protect Plus, quite frankly. This is a retaining big block card. Need a little bit more block for Heart. So I'll take it. Scales right before Heart is pretty nice, isn't it? Keep these potions. Alright, Mr. Hart. Oh, we drew Panacea on turn 1, and I was hoping we'd do that. Ooh, and Omniscience is here, too. Well, well, well. We have some sweet options here. Lots of good things that we could duplicate. We can duplicate Fasting, because we have 2 artifacts here, Ancient Potion and Panacea. So that would be 6 points of Strength and 6 points of Dexterity, with no downside for the whole fight. That's pretty good. We could duplicate Talk to the Hand to get 6 block per hit, and that's really good with 2 Wallops and 2 Ragnaroks and a Necronomicon. Double the Talk to the Hands. We could dupe Devotion and get Divinity every other turn. I think those are the 3 best candidates, especially with Foresight already in the hands. I think any of those 3 could result in a win here. Probably going to use the Forge Potion. Which, if I'm going to do that, I might also want to use the Colorless Potion to upgrade whatever's in here. Let's see what's in here. Mayhem. Please no. Grip is, I guess, fine. Sadistic Nature's not very helpful. Wait, is this a Watcher deck that can take Mayhem? I have Meditate and Vault. No, I can't. No, let's not do that. Right? Pretty spooky. Big trip. And that doesn't actually matter if it gets upgraded. I'm doing it anyway. Yeah, and conclude. Yeah. But no. Thanks, but no thanks. Appreciate your offer. So definitely Foresight, definitely Panacea. I guess Conclude was in my hand already. Probably gonna meditate the trip back. It's gonna hurt me quite a bit. But if we Omniscience Talk to the Hand, we actually get some block. Yeah, I'm gonna Omniscience Talk to the Hand here. Guess we want to trip first. Not a lot of block, mind you. This will block the Vulnerable and the Weaken, I believe. They'll get frailed. We have 1,000,000 block from Ragnarok here. Perfect. How can you say no? Casual 72 Blanc. Don't even need our weak pot now. Just draw that and then play Collect for some miracles. Found Lakewater. I guess double Wallop Lakewater works. Or we could double Ragnarok again. Double Wallop Lakewater. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Maybe meant to be fasting first. Blocking that with artifacts. Let's throw the weak pot now to keep it weak through the next attack cycle, since it's about to gain 2 artifacts. And whatever. Pen block defends. Seem acceptable. It's Divinity time. Goal being to find a Wallop here. Hello, Wallop, are you there? I guess we cut their fate into the Ragnarok, and that'll do a damage cap. And full block. Block, block, block. Hey, well, Cookies, Renegades is pretty enjoyable so far. We're going to be playing that right after this run. Diving on into some more. So you're timed perfectly to find out. no more Divinity for a little bit. Next turn's not an attack turn. We can get Worship and Ragnarok, though, and that's definitely gonna murder. Big time. GG, nerd. GG. Oof. Good run. Very good run. Love the Necronomicon on this one. So wild. GG. GG. Not too bad. Yeah, we had some great runs. Only one of them actually made it all the way to the end, but that's okay. We had several other wild and wacky runs, get to do some pretty fun stuff. It's the source of all these Ragnaroks. Yeah, we had a double defeat on Defect, right? That's right. We lost to Shield and Spear with Silence. Then Defect got, well, he had a bad time. Guardian bopped us after a Sacred Bark swap that just didn't work out for us. Badly here. Sentries. Guardian. Really get 2 upgrades. Rough act layout, though. And somewhat rough relics. Not too bad. Needed better potions. And then the second defect died. This one was ugly. Didn't quite pull it together. Great Watcher run, though. Boss swap, I think, is usually a good bet just in Leon's. It, I wouldn't say it's always correct, but I think it is, on average, a power move. It does require you to be adaptable. Starting with random boss relic means you may start with a severe penalty, like Ectoplasm, Fusion Hammer, Coffee Dripper. A restriction based on an energy relic. And losing your starting relic is not to be underestimated either. But on average, if you're able to work around the downside, it can be really, really powerful. Before we jump on into some Star Renegades here, I would like to do a really quick bounty. I've just got a bounty to watch the Boys Season 2 trailer on, I think, Amazon Prime Video. So if you're willing to watch a really quick trailer with me, we can earn some support for the stream. Not that you have a choice. Not that any of you have a choice in the matter. Make sure I set the audio correctly. Alright. So, gonna watch a quick trailer here, and then we're switching it over to some, Star Renegades afterwards, continuing our playthrough from yesterday. Let's take a look at what the boys have in store for us.
Butcher? What happened?
My wife's alive. Vault's holding the captive somewhere.
What?
We got soup terrorists.
Soup?
And we got no
Super
superheroes.
terrorists.
Hi!
Also, what happened to my camera here?
Oh.
I'm the new girl.
Are you messing with us?
We are in a war. But we can fight back. With an army of Supermen, millions strong.
Oh, great. Cool.
She's got a whole army of soups.
I need some power! All right, what do we do? We can't just kill everyone.
That's exactly what we're gonna do.
That's right. So I haven't actually seen this myself, but the premise I think is super interesting. You know, privatized superheroes essentially. Pretty cool. Thank you all for participating in that. Quick little bout of stream support makes all the world of difference. So thank you so much, everybody. Labs back over where it belongs. And let's switch it over to some Star Renegades for the second half. And update my title properly. Yeah, can't, is there a way to make this... Full screen window still doesn't play, sound in the background, huh? That's unfortunate. Anyway, I'll update my title and then we'll go. Can't spell. There we go. Spelling correct. So, this is Star Renegades, a brand new roguelite experience from the makers of Halcyon 6 Starbase Commander, if you've heard of that game. This game just released like a few hours ago, I think. We had early access to it yesterday to check out on stream. But the full release is today, so you can pick it up starting now. I think it's $22.50 on the Humble Games Store, which we do have a referral link for in chat. So if you'd like to pick this game up and support the stream, then you can do that through the Humble link. I believe this is supposed to come to consoles of some kind, but I think we only have the PC release at the moment. It's got a jammin' soundtrack, and it's a pretty cool game. So yesterday we played for about 3 hours, and we got maybe halfway or 2/3 from through a run. So we're gonna dive back onto that and resume our run from where we left off and see if we can seal the deal. And that'll let me talk about and explore some of the core gameplay here. So the base premise of Star Renegades is this. Your universe is under attack by kind of rampaging, invading aliens who are trying to conquer and destroy everything. And they're trying not to do this just to your galaxy, but to all galaxies and all timelines. And kind of like in Into the Breach, the roguelite aspect narrative is that multiple playthroughs are done in multiple timelines, jumping back and forth between them. The core gameplay plays kind of like JRPG turn-based combat. You've got a party of adventurers yourself who are going to be picking up another crew member, either the Commando or the Enforcer, over here. So this is a save file basically just after beating the second major boss of the run. Let's see, currently our party consists of Marjati Penrave, the Aegis, who is a kind of tanky shield-based character. They, alongside with Win Sifix, our Valkyrie, make up our front line. They're the tanky people who stand in front and absorb blows. And in the back we have Zerx Nurza, an Archon, who can distribute shields to people and do some AoE attacks. And Nodo Calthoris, the Saboteur, who specializes in delaying enemies. What else to say here? So much going on. Looks like we've got some more party slots to work with. I guess we go to a party of 6 by the end, maybe? There are a lot of classes, at least 13 different classes, to my knowledge. Some of which you unlock with further runs. Paladin, Warrior, Priest, and Han Solo. Yeah, that's a good description. That's a great description. Hey, Vandalhurt, yeah, we did get past the second behemoth, but we had a little bit of help from one of the game devs who dropped a few hints about what to do. They wanted to see somebody get past it, I guess. I have to say, the boss fights so far have been pretty challenging. So it's time to pick up a new crew member here. We do over here. So this is going to be great research for my next pirate self-help book, Buccaneers versus Buccaneers. How to find yourself by looting and pillaging. Alright, I like this one already. I wonder which will be more useful in our fight against the Imperium. Bentley's space piracy skills, or his ability to provide comfort and motivation through self-help holobooks. So we can recruit the Commando. Doesn't seem like there's a way to preview what they can do. What has the Enforcer got to say? It's a pretty big gun. Just recruit Commando or recruit Enforcer. I don't know who's better at doing damage, because that is what we want, is damage. We have essentially 2 tanks on the front line and kind of 2 support units in the back, but our ability to do damage is a little bit limited. Let's try that Buccaneer. Welcome aboard, Bentley the Commando. Joins the Renegades. So they come in at level 1, unfortunately. Or no, level 5. Level 5, interesting. So what have you got? Pretty decent health total. They've got Salvo, which gives them a counterattack. And Broadside. And they've got some resting stuff. Okay. We can level them up to gain Man of War, a flurry attack that does good damage. And also applies counterattack. Interesting. I like that. We'll level them up. So level ups are done through DNA, which you periodically get for winning fights and find around the map. Here between planets, we're also able to check out the shops, which can sell various items that might be super useful. We buy one, though. A rare implant. Plus 11 armor damage to flurry attacks and 28% damage to all attacks. Super powerful. Focus Cortex, more damage against health on flurries, more damage against marked. Ablative Vest, armor and shields, or Density Graft. 40 health and more defense against counters. Probably leaning towards the Demolisher Circuit, and we'll give that to our pirate. Can we buy multiple? It says choose one. Maybe it's lying, or maybe it just makes new choices. Or some epic rarity weapons here. Pulse Blade. Does a lot of damage. Matter Blaster. Can be used by, what's his face? Bonus armor damage inflicts Disintegrate 7 and steals huge amount of shields. Or Pyro Gauntlets. Light attacks execute instantly. Interesting. You can equip a laser rifle or a blaster. I wonder what the difference is. If anything. Taunt. Flurry attacks redirect target's attacks to self. Oh, interesting. And that could work with the... That could work with our counterattacking. That's kind of cool, actually. I was expecting us to be able to afford 2 things. Only buy 1 thing. Right, we'll buy that rifle. Seems cool. Not actually high enough level to equip it, though. We'll have to level them up one more time. But we're now too poor to afford anything. Just double checking on that. There's no way to like sell stuff, right? Yeah, I don't think you can sell things. I guess we can buy again from the vendor. Okay. So the fact that it says choose one is just a complete lie. Like, just pick one, I guess, is the impetus. Please buy something. I am a destitute merchant. Alright, once we've geared up, which I guess we're as geared up as we're gonna get, we go to the next planet. And herein comes the core gameplay loop of Star Renegades. Liberated Menku and Norash, so it's time to go to Dagon. And before we get there, we get to rest. Resting is an opportunity to use these kind of rest abilities. They provide temporary buffs and can reinforce the relationship level between squad members. Kind of like Darkest Dungeon a little bit. If you're familiar with the rest mechanic there. So everybody's got some cards. And each card also provides affection. Let's see. Plot revenge. Vague truism. It's almost true. Get 5 available actions. Each card has an action cost and provides a certain amount of affection. If you increase your relationship level between 2 crews, they'll get passive bonuses, and it may unlock special moves. Armor damage does persist through fights. It's pretty nasty. That almost got us last time. Alright, let's make friends with the pirate. Well, shiver me timbers. Oh, that requires a relationship in the first place. Fair enough. Perfect gift for a space buccaneer. Glory to Bachelor. Work on getting those bonds formed. Yeah, didn't worry too much about the buffs we were getting there. See you later, Vandalheart. Hope you enjoy the game if you pick it up yourself. Alright, so these are the major players we'll be fighting on this planet. Garlalak Lead. It would be an honor to obstruct the passage of your enemies and, if I am so lucky, kill them in your name. So, enraged when guard is broken. Resists AoE and combo attacks. Regenerates loads of health every round, but is weak against flurry and normal attacks. Okay, that should be pretty easy to manage. We've got a special powered flurry attack. The major enemies get random perks and malices, kind of like the Chosen in XCOM 2. And there's a little bit of the Shadow of Mordor Nemesis system rolled in there as well. Welcome to Dagon, team. Still beautiful country here. Almost makes you forget there's a war on. Unfortunately, rampant industrial production has rendered each and every organism incredibly poisonous. So don't lick any Mutatoads. We've got the Imperium hemmed in. After they're gone, there's nowhere else for them to run. If you stop them here and now, we stop them forever. Factories? Where are all the resorts? All the beaches? The casinos? Guess I was thinking of the other Dagon. So, on each planet, we've got an incoming behemoth. That's our boss for the planet. They'll arrive in 3 days. On each of those days, we get to make 3 moves. This area is broken into a kind of a collection of areas. Kind of like FTL beacons, I think is a good analog for them. That are separated by these red markers. Each area has maybe a combat and also potentially some additional reward. For example, this has a crate with credits as well as these Wraith Grunts. Some have special enemies as well. Or crates containing tech. Healing kit fully heals the party. Want to keep an eye out for the major players. They'll have an icon over them like this. There's the Crusader. There's the Commander. The Lieutenant and Commander. Go straight for the Commander. Probably want to take out this Lieutenant. It's this rare equipment. We'd have to go through this guy and then to here. So we get to visit a total of 9 of these areas. There's far more than 9, so we have to be picky and choosy about the rewards we get. I think this is an area where the game could improve its interface a little bit. It's not 100% easy to like look at the map and assess what combats and what rewards you're going to get in each zone. Basically elites, yeah, that's a good description of them. That's a very good description of them. 10 credits. Probably gonna go here. Might hurt us a lot, though. We want to take out these 2. We're gonna want to level up first, though. Alright, let's start down here. What's the evolutionary advantage of bat wings on trees? Better not touch it. It shrieks if you do, and the shriek will melt your brain. Well, I read that bat trees are essential to the healthy ecosystem on Dagon. But then again, that study was funded by the bat tree industries. Might have been a little biased. Alright, so we breach into the area. There's a Imperium defense gun, so we're going to take some damage before this combat begins. 30 damage, not too bad. And then combat begins. So, let's explain basics of combat. There's a lot to absorb here. Yeah, that's a lot of enemies. So, combat in Star Renegades takes place in a party versus party style showdown. Drop me a DM on Twitter. I've been signed into Twitter. Can you drop me a DM on Discord, Jay Torreson? That would be a lot easier to respond to. Sweet. So, every enemy shows their attack intent. The core of Star Renegades combat is the initiative bar here at the top. Every enemy telegraphs what they're going to do. Get a full breakdown of their intent, the damage, as well as where on the time bar it's going to occur. Every attack puts you at a different location on the initiative bar, depending on the speed of the attack. Really fast attacks will go off right at the start, whereas slower ones may be towards the back half of the bar. And this forms the crux of the gameplay, because if you're hit by an attack before your attack goes off, then that attack becomes a critical hit. And critical hits will do bonus effects, which include inflicting status effects include damaging armor, or may include a stagger effect, which delays the initiative of any enemy hit by it. So you can see that Zerx Nurza's AoE attack here, it's got a 25-second stagger, and goes pretty early in the round, so it'll knock back on the initiative bar everybody here by a decent chunk, as well as doing area of effect damage to all of them. And anybody whose initiative is pushed off the end of the initiative bar is broken, which means that they don't get to act this turn, and their initiative is instead pushed back to next turn. Also makes them all very easy to critical hit, too, which is sweet. Let's see, so they're all attacking our frontliners. The number next to their icons is an important one. That's the how many times their initiative can be delayed before they gain immunity to it. So you can only stagger enemies a certain amount before you have to let them do their thing. Yeah, number of times they can be staggered, exactly. Exactly. So let's use Discharge to stun all of them. And then we've still got 3 attempting to go this round. We're doing some pretty nasty attacks. Although this Bio Drain is fine, but No Mercy, 86 damage, auto point blank for 102 damage. We need to make sure those don't happen. Direct attack to a random ally. Broadside does pretty good damage with a 25-second delay, or Mana War, which is real good damage. You can only attack the ones in the front line. So this guy in the back with the No Mercy can't target very well. We've got both shields and health on our units. Shields restore at the end of each combat, but health is a little bit harder to restore. A little bit. Okay, so we're gonna have Nodo plant some explosives, which we can use as an AoE explosion on the next turn. We can use Shield Throw to stagger the ever-loving heck out of... Oh, we can actually break you. Perfect. And then Wind's Cleave can completely murder this man. Which means we can use Mana War, I think, to show some serious damage. We can actually just murder that guy outright. Let's do this. Alright, once all our actions are declared, we go in the initiative order. Break the ever-loving hell out of these nerds. So all crits because we're going first. Oh, I love the animation for that. Pixel art in this game is so beautiful. Gotcha, Jitorson. I'll check that out in one quick second. Right after this fight. Alright, so now they're all going early in the round. But that's fine, because I can blow them up now. Big battle cry, though. So if we detonate, we instantly do a whole ton of damage. Boom! Whoa! Seemed like a little bit of an optimization issue there. Not only did they explode, but so did my graphics card. Yes, if something's right at the very beginning of the round, it'll happen instantaneously when you select it, rather than queuing up. Which means you can't cancel it, interestingly. Okay, we can delay all of them again. With Discharge. I love that AoE stagger, it's so good. the No Mercy. Prefer not to have to deal with that. We can kill you. This guy is guarding everybody or something? Or he's in the front line, so we have to target him first. That makes sense. Surrounding the win, and this seems fine. Okay, just give up some attacks here. Kill as many of them as we can before they go. A little bit of health damage there. Frag grenade hurt a bit. You can see that all of our shields are down, but not too much health damage has occurred. Ooh, and we're healing like crazy. Alright. Stealthy. Now doing Surgical Strike. Bonus damage against marked targets. Can we finish him? That's the real question. Break him, at least. Sure. Damage got nerfed a bit. Kill. Kill that too. That means I can go for the Mana War. Only going to be one target left. Yeah, stagger counters reset after they take their action, usually. So you can stagger things every other round, usually. Blam. Okay, not too hard to combat so far. Bosses can indeed be staggered, yep. And oftentimes you'll want to, or need to. Well, we built up a lot of fury from that, that's nice. We did take some health damage, though. Partially because of those Imperium defenses at the start. That, did a bit of damage. Got a ton of credits, oh my god. What? 250? Ridiculous. That's an absurd total. Excuse me. Okay, we're gonna go into these Imperium defenses too. For that guy. Areas with these red markers on them are about to be locked down. They will be inaccessible if we don't get to them by the end of the day. Which is going to be pretty much everything. I'm going to have to go straight for the boss with the path that I've taken. Questionable. Let's see, can we get the pirate to 7? Yes, and we should, to equip that new item that we gave. What? Oh, different slot. Understood. He's got both a rifle and a pistol slot. Interesting. Different attacks use different ones? Weird. Huh. The characters with different equipment slots. Can backtrack, yes. To some extent. To some extent. AT Rakshesh. Whatever, I'm sure we'll be fine. We just gotta win, right? Gonna go here first, fight the level 8 lieutenants, get rare equipment. Then we can fight the commander. Alright, well, take one more week of combat. Just don't lose, easy. Easy peasy. Unexpected shot right at the start. 29 damage. Gonna break right through my shields. That's counting with a crit too, right? Couple of shots at, ooh, 128 damage. Oh, fire. Wow. Guys do some nasty damage. 107. Whew. I got 80 shields on win. So we can actually use our trick shot, and that'll instantly stun somebody. So we can stun this guy, skip this move entirely. I like that. Your stinky sniper out of here. That costs Fury, which is a resource we build up gradually in combat. Stunning and critting enemies is how you get Fury. Okay, let's put them all into the next round. And just straight murder one of them. I've heard that Babkarns, another person said that Octopath Traveler had some similarities there. One down, several to go. Vengeance mode. Okay, sure. Guy's doing a strong blast. We can delay him one more time, though, with Blitz here. Gets him right to the end of the round. Kill this guy before he gets to act, though. That's the real question. Pretty weak attack. I killed that one. That's Celestial Smash. That'll do some decent damage. Okay, so we're not going to prevent that attack, so we should just make sure our shield person goes relatively early. Focus on this guy. Overwatch. We are currently overwatching? Yes, we are currently overwatching. So you're going to take Overwatch fire too. Well, that's rude. Whatever, do your Overwatch thing. See if I care. Oh yeah, we got counterattacked on that one. What, he didn't die? See you later, /Lewis. Great to have you. Okay, we've done that stealth thing again. We can break that pretty easily with discharge. Piercing rounds. Nice armor damage. So building up Fury nicely. We're gonna have full Fury for the next couple fights. I think matters quite a bit. Get him. Gonna pull a bunch more DNA, enough to level up somebody again, probably, and we're basically at full Fury here. Awesome. Alright, let me take a quick peek at the Discord here. Interesting. Did that work? Not sure. I tried messaging on Discord there, Torreson, but it gave me a don't share a server with a recipient or disable direct messages, weirdly enough. Let me add you as a friend. What? Not accepting friend requests. Ah. Something about the Discord settings there, messing with that. Madness. Madness. Yeah. Accept. There we go. Okay, that looks like it works. Let's breach. So, lose 30 health at the start of the fight again. Not a problem. We got one of these hover bikes. That's pretty cool. Joust. 111 damage hitting the back line. Yikes. Pretty scary move. Crusader. Crusader has 540 health, so that's probably our last enemy that we're gonna hit. See you later, El Pollo Batman. We may want to redirect that attack somehow. A couple ways we can do that. I think, as ever, we're going to use Discharge to just stun everyone. And then we can use Blitz to... Ooh, we can't use Blitz. Maybe somebody can delay that guy. Yeah, Shield Throw can break him. Okay. Means I can plant explosives. We may actually want to stun this guy next turn. Trying to tip them hard. That maxed out our Fury too. A crit. Okay, so most of them are going pretty early in the round now. We're getting a variety of people. How much damage would detonate do? Mostly a problem with the joust. Push some of them back further, but we can't break them again. Can we take out the two frontliners? That's the important question. Probably one of them? Your smash would still go after that guy. Slash. Slash will get him. So who's getting hit by what? We want to prevent this strong blast from going off. We want to prevent this stun from going off. That's a fine shot. You're doing... blank. Doing a lot of damage. We can Hornswaggle to redirect the attack. We can always block, too. You can't prevent an attack, defending to reduce its damage by half is instantaneous and is usually a very good idea. Okay, let's stun this guy. Prevent the joust. That doesn't quite kill him, looks like. It's so close to being what we need. Alright, we'll redirect his attack, I guess. Let's see where it goes. Good luck, everybody. Ow. Ooh, that did a lot of health damage. Can get back some of that by resting, though. Hit and run. Stun. On win, okay. Break that guy. Win, you're gonna defend, I think. Do some AoE. I planted that earlier, might as well use it. Kaboom! He disintegrated. Alrighty. No more delays. What do we got doing this time? The Joust is here. Oh boy, for big damage. I can't stop it. Could redirect it. I can't stop it. Ally. Oh, I can guard an ally? I actually didn't realize I could do that. Guard him. How does this work? Okay, that hits the tank then. Good. Being able to guard an ally is super helpful. And thanks for those keys, by the way, Detorson, seeing those in Discord. I've got some Star Renegades keys to give away to the community. So I think over the course of the rest of the stream, we'll be periodically giving away a key to lucky viewers. And give out some copies of this game for free. How's that sound? That sounds sweet to me. Soundtrack? Is the soundtrack not, like, the bangerest of all bangers? Pretty great. Bam. Bye-bye. Get another huge pile of credits. We have 500 now. And it's now nighttime. Means it's time to camp. First, let's collect that DNA. What's we locked down? Wait, what was that? Oh, that's the new lockdown. Okay, so we're gonna go there next turn. Understood. Understood. I super appreciate it, Torreson. Glad you found your way here. And I very much appreciate the generosity. Alright, let's give away one of those keys right about now. Although, unfortunately, I don't have a way to keep the game audio going during the giveaway, but release copy of Star Renegades. You type !, praise Bachelor in chat. Then you'll be entered to win a copy of Star Renegades. We'll give, leave that open during, I guess, our rest here, and then close it and give away a key right at the end. Let's see, how are we doing level up-wise? Man, we have tons of DNA. Tons of DNA. Regeneration. Nice ally effect, hardened armor. Ew. Flurry attack, dealing 114, pretty good. Cannon fire. AoE. 34 times 3 randomly? What I'm seeing? Level up, what's his face? Will I have to declare this on my taxes? Maybe. Go with maybe. Place your bets. Cancel Overwatch, covering fire and riposte. Ooh. Pretty cool. Go for a rest, though. Hold on to the level up so that we can maybe equip something we find. And we need to make sure we patch up our bounty hunter man here. That's what I call karma. We want it to be friends between our rogue man and our robot man. Come, friends. Cirxie, my good bot. Want a little of this extra strength circuit brew? It'll really clean out your processors. The Titanium Brotherhood does not approve of such practices. I must keep my body in pristine condition if I am to be recycled. Come on, we're bots. Our consciousnesses are uploaded to the cloud. We can't die, so we can really live. I suppose when you put it that way, my processors are feeling a bit dirty. Now, companions. They regenerate 5 shield per round in combat and do extra damage to shields. Cool. We get other... Any other thresholds we might be able to bypass? We're closer there. Now I don't have to steal it. Brilliant. Brilliant. Alrighty, the start of day 2 is here, and with it, a lucky winner to our giveaway. Let's pick a winner. H.H. Don Vito. Congratulations on winning a copy of Star Renegades. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Where are you? Congratulations. Find your name in chat. No. You just speak up so that I can click on your name and whisper you. That'd be awesome. Otherwise, I'll get it to you later. Surprise, surprise! There's more temples. I wish the Titans had been a little more diverse in their interests. I think this is a temple that I raided. Got a tidy stem for the relic I stole, too. They aren't here, they never entered. Oh, that must be left over from the last one. Hold on. Let me pick another one. Dr. Gillen? Are you here? Yeah, I think what I did was pick a winner from the new entries and the entries from last time that we did a giveaway like months ago. May have to redo this. I'll just pick winners until I get somebody who's here. Also didn't enter. What the hell, bot? One more, third time's the charm? Blacker DK. Did you enter? Or are we just completely messing up everything? Nope. Okay, hold on. I'm going to reset it. Clear all users. Let's try that again. Apologies, everybody. But try typing that one more time. Since I'm bad at giveaways, apparently. Oops.
Commander, we've just received the
What
support
Kraken?
of
Thank you so much for
another
that.
council
Prime
member.
sub. Welcome to the council. This looks scary. Gunfire. Excuse me. Does how much damage? $220 to the entire party. Or maybe it's random targeting. I'm not 100% sure on that. Yeah, I was pretty confused too, Ashgard. I think we're gonna stun this back guy, because that's terrifying. And use discard to break a lot of them. But we should use our fury here. So let's go ahead and stun this guy to avoid this problem entirely. Last giveaway was the Monster Train release. So it's been a while. Okay, so we stunned Big Boy. We want to pick off basically everything else. Let's go ahead and break them all into next round. Kill the frontliners here. Yeah, the person who's got Hornswaggle is a robot buccaneer. Pretty hype. Alrighty, let's close this giveaway round and pick a winner for realsies. Quick second here. Spire. Haunts all enemies. Might be okay with that. Might in fact be okay with that. Alright, good luck everybody. Close the giveaway and pick a winner. Maniac in a mask. I am quite certain you did in fact enter. For realsies this time. Congratulations! Yeah, whispery here. It's not gonna let me do that through. Friggin' thingy, is it? Kaka! Sub-tyranny! Thank you so much for the bits, Maniac in a Mask. There's your key. Have fun, enjoy, and thanks for being here. For the shenanigans. So we'll crit everybody with a discharge again. That's what I usually want to be doing. Give advantage to somebody with Titan's strength. Discharge here. Top won't affect the AoE. So, fire. We're getting like random people targeted here. It's fine. That's also mostly fine. We can guard the person who's getting hit too. Sever has a huge delay on it. Oh, he'll be guarded / taunted, so I'm not gonna be able to delay him. Fair enough. It's not delaying him enough. kill that guy. Sounds good. Alright, we're being guarded, so I should be able to do Mana War. See how this plays out. I'm not actually 100% sure what's going to happen here. Everybody gets taunted by the big guy in the back. So our hits go there. Doesn't do a lot of damage because he has huge armor. Ow. I guess I did forget to deal with that. It's gonna do nothing. Okay. That did not play out very well. We gotta break the armor on the big guy in the back here. Need a breather! Quick timeout, everybody! Algorithm reset. They're 21 armor. Okay. What are your weaknesses, anyway? Weak to light attacks. Hates losing allies. Enraged when allies are killed. Interesting. Currently enraged. Fair enough. Fair enough. Hey, FireX, this is indeed not Spire. Believe it or not. Got him. Spend some fury to recharge shields. Break some people. Firing at. Troopers firing at... it's sometimes hard to tell who's actually doing what. Okay, you're firing at Win, which is fine. And I guess we should plant explosives for next turn. Detonate those at the beginning of the turn. Kill shot here. Now, back to killing! Did a lot more damage than I thought it was gonna do. And we're using that nasty gunfire ability again. Which, can't be delayed any further. So it may be time to block with basically everybody. Because that's the big yikes. Yeah, that's the big yikes. To guard him. I can't prevent it from killing everybody. Okay, that does hit random targets. Not everybody. Interesting. Kind of figured that might be the case. But it wasn't made clear. Okay, so we can delay them again now, and we're gonna take big advantage of that. Buckets of Pain. Okay, that's the one that actually hits everybody. I saw Esty playing this earlier. That is definitely a thing that happens. It's time to War Cry. Get some bonus damage for the whole party here before we detonate. Break you. So the idea is going to be to kill that guy much as hard as we can. Bust the armor down. Whoa, what? 156 damage? What does Spire even do? I should really check that. Can we kill him before Buckets of Pain goes off? That's the more important question. Gonna kill the entire party. Weak to light, right? Yeah. Light attacks do very little damage, so... Okay. I think we're quite able to get him. Maybe. Armor-piercing rounds? Not sure what Titan's Strength does. Is it just Vantage? Some of these buffs aren't readily apparent what they do. What if we... Oh, if we combo them, though, that'll work. Aha! Perfect. Some of that fury that we built up. That's more like it. That is far more like it. Titan Strength is a 50% damage boost. Okay. I thought there was a damage boost to it. That would be nice if that was told to the player. Defeated an adversary lieutenant together. Heck yeah. GG. But I'm a winner! Ah. Something tells me that was inevitable. Okay, was I really planning on fighting that guy next? Because we have lowish hit points, especially on Win. Get the tech, though. Ooh. Focus Cortex. Epic Implant. Bonus damage against health with flurry attacks. Steel shields with all attacks. Epic Gauntlets. Which do bonus damage with all attacks. A lot of concussion nonsense. Or a laser blade. Steals armor on heavy, normal, and light attacks. That's pretty cool. Steals armor. Oh yeah, I love that. I'll take that one. And level up Win so she can use it. Yeah, apparently that is a thing. Who knew? Who knew? Maybe you should have looked at the weaknesses of the leader here. It's pretty risky to fight them, but I can't actually go anywhere else, can I? I have to fight the, that guy now? Deeply concerning. Be a sketchy fight. Should maybe level up somebody else again? Magic Inheritance. Yeah, whatever thing we could have done would have had to been done on the previous day. Get cannon fire. And more health on our pirates. Okay, good luck to us. Jousting, so this guy is the... Let's see what your traits are. Weak against flurries. And normal attacks. Cool. Regenerates loads of health every round. This guy's going for an AoE attack. Twirl maneuver. This guy is going to point blank me. Or 116. So, 500 health on that guy. Front guy in front will be easy to kill. We definitely want to go for the commander last. I'm okay blocking the joust with, we can guard. Whirl maneuver seems like something I might just want to stun him. Hey, Lord of Heaven. Yeah, we have a bit of an underleveled Aegis, it's true. We'll blitz this guy. In the next round. Which will let the damage dealers focus on him. We have Cataclysm ready again. Is worth thinking about maybe at the start of next round. Stun them all. Oh man, we're on this one. Okay, so that should do a ton of damage to the second biker here. Probably combo them at the start of the next turn. This is the hardest enemy on the map, so we should use all of our resources as best we can. Wow, that did a lot of damage. Oh, that technically crit? Damage. Oh, that's still like a ton of armor too. Nice. Beautiful. So twirl maneuver is happening, but it's not going to happen. There's that hit and run with the stun effect. This guy's doing point blank, but we can delay him again with Blitz, right? Puts him to the end of the round. Can actually avoid the attack entirely, though. And Wynn has to guard to avoid being stunned. Let's see if we Cataclysm. We can kill both of them. And then I don't have to worry about the stun either. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so that took out most of our fury, but not a problem, right? Hell, we could even break him, maybe. Push this lad into next turn. And he's weak to flurries, right? So this will do an enormous amount of damage. That was like 400 damage. Cool. So, actually not a bad fight, all things considered. Just completely murder him? Seems good to me. Got him. Cool, we're alive. Slap that in the stash. Did I do well? No. No, you did not. You did not. Alright, we get some epic Imperium tech. Level 8 and 9 stuff. More damage for shields on normal attacks. 78 health. Be nice. Or the Nitro Blaster. All attacks are 15 seconds extra stagger? What? Oh, that's so good. And that's on the guy who wants to do staggering too. Yeah, we're gonna take that. Of course, he's not high enough level to use it yet. But with 172 DNA, I might be able to get there. And even more, actually, 106. Okay, not yet. But he's almost there. Almost there. I guess we'll fight, Thanio Homenlif next. Check real quick here. And that is the direction we kind of need to go in. But let's hope this isn't too hard of a fight. Oh god, it looks terrifying. Oh dear. All of you, hello. Okay, we're all targeting the same person, though. And that person has damage reflection. So maybe not as much of a problem as I thought. Okay, so they're dying currently. Can solve that. We also have Cataclysm ready. Oh my god. Just opening with Cataclysm seems pretty good. Look at that. They just all die. Well then. Bye-bye now. That seems like it simplified things quite a bit. It did make this guy angry. But whatever. They had to update the bar. Doing some damage. Doesn't seem like too much of a problem. You can break this guy. What are your weaknesses, anyway? Weak versus antimatter, hates laser damage, resists normal, weak versus critical hits. Well, that's unfortunate for him. Immune to debuffs. Interesting. The old breakage. And just smash him, I guess, since we're killing the other one anyway. Got him. Alright, so we can't delay him any further with the 0 there, so we just guard with our tank. Not a big attack anyway. And then everybody else hit him as hard as you can. Cannon fire. We could stun him. It's true, we could stun him. ATB manipulation is a major mechanic. That's right, Mr. Spokes. If you go before the enemy, you score crits. So the entire crit mechanic is centered around beating your enemies to the punch. And many, if not even most attacks, when they crit, cause additional delay. You can see that on the crit bonus here. 15 seconds, with the entire round being, oh geez. The entire round being 60 seconds. Block. Thank you, Mother. I agree that went well. Did it though? Did it actually go well? Another hit and run. Okay. Easy kill. Attack. You can pretty much always avoid the ATB manipulation yourself, or the getting staggered yourself, since you can avoid being crit by going first, and guarding has an instant activation, so you can always beat your enemies to the punch pretty reliably. Good stuff. Stop giving cards to these two, they're maxed out on their friendship. Alright, we've taken most of the elites in this area out. We're offered another sword. 2 swords or a particle blaster. 50% bonus damage to all attacks? Oh my god. That's ungodly. It's level 9 though. Holy shit, pardon my French, that's so strong. And more crit damage. That's ridiculous. That is absolutely brokenly good. And I'm gonna level him up right away to be able to use that. We can use that alongside the, we already had a blaster, but it doesn't matter. I'm gonna use that alongside the enormously, geez. So good. Yeah, that's gotta be enormously powerful. Holy crap. So that makes our multi-hit attacks in the 150 range, damage-wise. Holy crap. That's before crit. Dang. Ridiculous. A ridiculous power. Holy crap. Alright, you know what I think? I think it's time to give away another copy of this game. While we take a rest here. Clear everything. Alrighty. If you want to be entered for a chance to win another copy of Star Renegades here, then type !big crits into the chat, and you'll be entered for a chance to win a free copy. Okay, healing is pretty sweet. We've got all these memory cards. You can only... Actually, no, wait. They were not who I thought it was, actually. Perfect. Come companions, please. Bodacious. Sip of water spat out with gusto. Truth. Greatest day of my life. What is that smell? What smell? A piercing rotten egg mixed with ground beef smell. It's pretty overpowering. Oh, that's my natural colminoxian essence. The old glands are really working overtime tonight. We really are from different worlds. We're now partners. And we got a combo power of righteousness, which stuns. Cool. For 20 Fury. Another way to stun is definitely appreciated. Alright. Who needs health restored the most? You do. Actually, Wing does, probably. Heal your own health, please. Alright, who else is almost close to... You two are. Increase delays. I want to put that on you. Your AoE delay. Let's up your attack speed too. Actually, attack strain shield's even better. Right there. Oh, they didn't get there. Dang. I was hoping they'd become more than just friends. Alright, the Behemoth is in 1 day, so we only get to look at 3 new territories. We can get to that healing kit. I definitely want to do. So that we can get a full heal before the boss. Okay. Let's go. And let's give away that copy of the Renegades. It's gonna be this time Fiasco TK. Congratulations. You're the proud owner of brand new car. It's a game. No, not a massive pillow. Big recliner is what I'm sitting on here. Let's go TK. Let me just snag another key here. Pass it on over. Congratulations. And enjoy. So cozy. Okay, level 7 enemies should be nice and easy. Basically, our goal for the day is to end with full fury, end with full health, end with everybody able to equip their items. My favorite track. Yes. Befoodle. What's Befoodle do? Not much. Alright, so discharge is going to be a 30-second delay on everybody. And it'll steal a bunch of shields from all of them. Perfect. How about I break you all? That is a huge amount of crit damage. Plant some bombs. And then detonate some bombs. Never stood a chance. Wow. Decisive. Turns out if you take out the difficult fights first, the remaining ones are very easy. Who knew? Easy peasy. More cash. We'll take the full heal at the end of the day here. And we'll fight this enemy because we get some more credits and stuff. Reach! Reap. It's a Machinist. A lot of damage and applies bleeding, fair enough. We have a lot of health though, so I imagine we can just dunk them all before they get to do anything. Especially if we go for the 30-second bonk on discharge. Oh, that's good. Oh, but can't stagger somebody who's guarded. Understood. But can you trick shot him? Or, sorry, blitz him. Yeah. We just want a shield for him then. Plant bombs. That's right, we need to level up Nodo. We should be able to do that after this fight. We'll guard him so he doesn't die to that attack. Cease your blocking. Whoa! Fast attack. There was a bit of damage reflection going on there. But took out the middle guys. So... self-buff. Oh jeez, you almost died. I actually don't know what happens if you hit 0 health in this game. I don't really intend to find out. Bleeding. Not bleeding, right? No, you're not bleeding. To make sure we don't get murdered, though. Maybe some bestow shields on her would be a good idea. I'll take it. We got the full heal coming up after all. Definitely a challenge, this third area, I have to say. Land. I will break you. Success. Okay, that's enough DNA to level up Nodo again. Another 115 credits. We have 700. So much more than we ever collected before. Right, Nodo. More stagger on Nodo is definitely going to be helpful. That means it's a full 60-second stagger on Blitz. Which means it'll break everybody, no matter what. Unless they have stagger resistance. Whoa, this is where they make Galactic Krispies, my favorite cosmic dust-flavored breakfast cereal. Think we can take a tour of the factory? Factory looks pretty toxic. I think I'm getting poisoned just standing on the outside of it. Which is exactly how pollution works. And to think, I came here as a kid. You needed special pass to swim in a geyser. Delicious. Alright, everybody's back to full. Now for the sleepy times. The behemoth arrives, so we want to use resting abilities that are going to make us better at beating a behemoth. They're very big enemies. Crit damage plus 25% could be a big deal. Max debuff, defense minus 15%. Ooh. Ooh, I like that. Max shields, health damage, repair armor. Her armor's doing fine, because that armor steal she has. She's the only person I care about the armor on. 30 max shields could be nice. We definitely want attacks, debuff, defense. Put that on you. Should only put it on the Aegis, really. No, I can put it on anybody. Okay. Making Nodo debuff defense sounds really good. Attacks reduce armor defense, specifically. %25 crit damage for 2 combats. Can't do that on himself. Damage and defense would be nice. Increased attack delays, maybe? Plus 33% damage to health, actually. I can't do that without being a better bond. Fair enough. It's 25% crit damage, though. We'll give that to you. Anything that'll up our damage, basically. More damage and defense on the pirate. Definitely counting on the pirate to carry this. Maybe put some armor piercing on him, too? Yeah. Okay. So, lots of plus damage on the pirate. That's gonna be the goal here. The behemoth has arrived. Luck to us. Last behemoth was mighty difficult. I'm expecting this one to be pretty hard, too. Hostile programs arrived. Prepare defenses. What's the final behemoth up ahead? It's more powerful than anything you've encountered before. Stay calm and remember everything that you've learned. I'm sick of chasing these Zub-Zub smears from one Titan-forsaken planet to another. Time to end this, squad. Alrighty. This should be no problem. We're pros at shutting down behemoths by now. In fact, when this is all over, I'm thinking we could all go into the behemoth shutdown business. Here it's pretty lucrative. Sounds good to me. Sign me up. So the goal is going to be to use the 2 tanks, Win specifically, to absorb hits from this thing. While the pirate does all the damage. Oh god, it's so big. Teflon. Okay, it's got we can delay it 3 times, which is pretty sweet. It has how much health? Good lord. 4,000. And 115 points of armor. Which means it's ridiculous. Defense. Physical shield reflects 35% of damage? Oh jeez. Wait, reflects 35% of damage. You're telling me that I'm gonna kill myself, like, doing damage to it? Hopefully that's not a passive. Because if it has reflect damage 35% for the whole fight, I can't beat it, right? Just this round, that's what I thought. But if I delay it, it'll keep that for longer, so I actually don't want to delay it. From the sounds of it. Okay. I can work with that. Oh, Nono has a... Yeah, you're right. Remove... Place your bets. Remove cancel Overwatch, covering fire, and riposte. But I'm not sure that actually... cancels this. I don't have a lot of buffs. I could definitely plant some bombs for later. So it should lose the reflection when it takes its turn, right? Let's find out. This might go badly. Hostile programs detected, enabling squashing protocol. I think it's still reflecting damage, so that's gonna hurt. Oh yeah. Yeah, that wasn't as bad as it indicated it was going to be, though. I'm alright with that. Nitro Shower. Okay, it's no longer reflecting damage. Cool. Good. Reflects chilled. Whatever. Turn fire. Jesus, this thing. Turn fire is the chill effect? What? Reflects. Oh, understood. Okay. Interesting. Then why is it showing my my health going down? Oh, is that okay? That's because of its attack. Okay. So if we blitz, this will work out. They do a little bit of damage to him. Weird fight. Yeah, we have full fury. I should probably use some of it. Shield charge sounds good. Titan strength is a damage bonus. Okay with that. you need more shields so that you're not funkified. Can't get through the armor until the shields are down, so that's the current priority. Alright, let's see how this goes for us. Don't have a lot of debuffs to apply, at least not while the shields are up. So that's the first priority, is get these shields down. Oh my god, that's so much damage. Whoa, what? I thought he was getting broken there. Uh-oh. Well, that was bad. I think I might have just died. Pyro shower. Like some burning effects. How come I don't see it on the action bar? I'm kind of confused. When does it go? Sometime in the next turn? Okay. Let's blitz him anyway. If we can knock him back, he'll go even further. Okay, that did apply burning. That's not good. I can deflect the guard. Let's try to find that. Or let's try that, rather. Get some shields. Make sure he doesn't die. Yes, that does cause the counters to go to the person guarding. Good. Okay, we're through the shields. That's really important. Ah, there it is. Okay. It's taking its... We can delay it again. Keep doing that. This is the final boss. This is the final behemoth, but I think not the final boss. Let's use our armor breaking abilities. And it's time for armor piercing rounds. Oh, that applies to everybody, huh? And then we'll use our best armor break ability, the broadside. Break that armor. $368. Dang. Shields block the burning attack, that's right. Can we stagger him one more time with that 60-second stagger? Oh, yeah, we can. Get out of here. Take no turns ever. Down to 69 armor, nice. 5 armor break. Keep restoring shields here. And once the armor's down, we can use our flurry attacks to really obliterate this thing. Alright, so it finally gets to take its turn, or does it? What if I stun it instead? Got him. Got him. $700. Alright, it's trying to do Pyro Shower again, but it can't act this turn. So we seem to have beaten this boss entirely by avoiding giving it any turns. I liked it. I absolutely love it, in fact. GG, nerd. I bet he's got more than 2 stances, but we never saw the third one. GG. Well, that was a lot easier than the second behemoth, quite frankly. But I think we had a really, really effective setup there for that fight. GG. Okay, that's an actually useless duo. These two are maxed out. But GG. It dunked. Internal error detected. Yep. You've done it! You've secured the Titan cores! They're safe in the ground, and hopefully that's where they'll stay. Permanently. But there are potentially thousands of Titan cores scattered across the Titan Drift. As long as the Imperium flagship is still in our dimension, we'll never be safe. Fortunately, we've managed to track the ship down, which means we can destroy it. And Mother. The Armada has regrouped and poised to launch a strike against the Mother ship. Oh, come on. That ought to distract them long enough to let you slip inside on a boarding pod. Once you're in, you'll use an antimatter bomb to neutralize Mother. I accept whatever fate the Titans have willed for me, although I really, really hope I get to sell trinkets again. Alrighty then, we got one last set of shops, which is awesome because I have all the money in the world. Do we get any more recruitments? Or do we just have a team of 5? Team of 5. Alright, while we're shopping here, let's do another giveaway to celebrate that victory against the Behemoth. Let's do another giveaway. So if you'd like to win a copy of Star Renegades for yourself here, then type !error into the chat. Once I'm done shopping, we'll pick a winner to get a free heckin' copy. Corruption. 38% additional damage on all attacks. Wow, even more ridiculous damage for our DPS specialist. I think that's gotta be the purchase there, that pulse rifle. What do we got here? 78 shields, wow. +1 fury when hit. AoE attacks do +30 armor damage? What? And +46% damage to all attacks. That's right, you don't have an implant slot. It is level 10 as well. We have enough DNA to get, I could have gotten Bentley to level 10, but he doesn't have an implant equipped slot, so I can't use it on him. Interesting. The ridiculous item we got earlier, it's this Particle Blaster. 50% additional damage on all attacks and 15% additional crit damage. It's why Bentley here was able to do like 700 damage with his multi-attack to that behemoth. If we can stack even more damage bonuses, I dread to think what might happen to our opponents. I may buy this just on the off chance we get to go to level max, because that's an enormously powerful item, but let us definitely purchase the 38% additional damage pulse rifle. We can equip that on Bentley as well. So at 562 I can buy the 300 gold thing and one of these. Nitro Blaster. A big gauntlet upgrade. And AoE attacks executing faster is nice too. "78 shields is a lot of shields. Should we slap that on the... Although it's level 9, right? We can't just slap that on a Lobby. It has 14% damage on all attacks. Whoops. Okay, we'll buy that, because that's ridiculous. And if I get to use it, cool. If I don't get to use it, oh well. Guess we could put the shield stabilizer on, do that. Okay. That was all our money. So let's pick a winner here. Alrighty, who's gonna win our third copy of the night? It's gonna be Serious Shiruke. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy checking out some Star Renegades. Congratulations. Congratulations. There you go. Slap that in Steam and have a great time. Antimatter Payload joins Renegades. Oh, we do get a 6th slot. I designed the bomb myself, so we know it'll work. But you have to deliver the payload directly to Mother's CPU core at the center of the ship. This is our last best chance to drive the Imperium out once and for all. We've backed them into a corner, so they'll be getting desperate and more dangerous. But we have them on the ropes. Good luck. So... Just 1. Okay, they just take up a slot, looks like. Sure they're... in the back line, yeah. Or they're on the front line currently? Seems like a poor choice. We'll put the guy who riposts all the time on the front line. I ISS Eternal. This is where the herald that killed our brother is. Let's see if we can't get some, companionship uppage. Orita Bachelor. Gracias Kimosabe. So, you're one of those crazy fundamentalists, huh? I would not use the word crazy. Just a figure of speech, Xerxes. You mind if I call you Xerxes? It is a corruption and blasphemy of the highest order, but if you wish. Great. Question for you. I'm gonna go to the Great Recycling Center in the sky because I'm a human and not a bot? No, you'll have to spend some time in meat purgatory. It's not as bad as it sounds. Well, I love meat, so that sounds great to me. Alrighty, we're now partners, Parable, with a 50-second delay on it. It's a pretty cool combo. I guess that's where you'll meet your maker, right? After you die? Thought leadership, repair 50% armor. Cheap though. Max debuff defense, even better. Make these two friends with each other. Oh, that won't get there? Well, we'll try. So close. Oh, we did get there. Do you have any more of that highly potent circuit brew? I feel the need for additional relaxation this evening. My man, just say the word. Here you go. That's the good stuff. If I told you what a great guy you are. Now you're getting into the spirit, or getting into the spirits, as it were. Bentley and Xerxnerza are now partners. Titan Blood Rune combo, which deals, excuse me, how much damage? What? $700 on a crit? Okay. Sure. That one seems good. I guess that's getting all of Bentley's damage bonuses applied. Oh. You know, I wasn't expecting to just literally show up in this room that we've been looking at for the whole game so far. You're in the belly of the beast now. That giant chasm up ahead is Mother's CPU core. I've never seen anything like it. It's so powerful. Almost beautiful. That's before weapon? Oh my god. Don't get distracted, squad. Just escort just into the processor core in one piece. Chivalakis. Brilliant tech. There's the heralds. DNA vats. DNA vats. Looks like we probably only get to take one of these three paths. I think I'd rather have the DNA vat. It's two combats either way. Go this way. What is that dance? I like it. Flagellate. Does relatively little damage. We're all going for the back line, though. They decided Zerx is not to be allowed to live. Yes, serious, this is the final map of the run. Titan Blood Rune is a lot less, looks like. So that's so much damage. we can guard, or we can try to knock them out. Front line. Oh my god, Mana Ward has even more damage now? Well, that's just absurd. Won't be crit on the back line, though. But we can use Shield Throw to stun that thing, right? Yeah. And that'll break it too. Break that one as well. It's supposed to. The next round with you. Whoa! Nothing indicating that thing was going to explode when it died. What was that? I didn't like that. I did not like that. Bestow shields to yourself. Let's see how this goes. Trying to build up some fury here for the next couple of fights. Should be able to kill it before it goes. Will it detonate on me again? That's the question. Guess that's just a thing they do. Very rude. Lots of DNA, though. Huge DNA rewards. Okay, good start. Only a few more nearly indestructible, bloodthirsty biomachines left. Killed some guys. When do we get to start looting? Yeah, we can't go back, so we're forced to go forwards. In this direction. Is it really this deep, or is this just an optical illusion? We're not exactly in our dimension anymore, so the Imperium flagship doesn't have to listen to our boring old laws of physics. I don't understand it. Remind me to ask the professor when we get back. Alright, with 356, we gotta... Where do I want to put that item on? This, Demolisher Circuits. Bonus armor damage to AoE attacks and 46% damage to all attacks. I think Wynn would mostly appreciate that. Give extra stagger on his AoEs? Sure. So we'll level up Wynn to 10, which I think is a good idea anyway. Can't put it on Cannon Barrage, unfortunately, because Bentley doesn't have a slot for that shop. Whatever. She's one of our main damage dealers. Getting her able to use that's going to be good. $470 health on Wynn, too. That's also a big deal. Alright, fight number 2. Nobody that explodes, at least not at first glance. That was rude. Let's see, so this guy is a Switchblade, not a lot of health. It's good doing the carve up ability and has sharpened blades, so it does more damage. But its attack does very little. Currently attacking our shield person. And we've got a bounty hunter doing an AoE bomb that does very little damage. Why are these damage numbers all so low? Guys seem like they're very non-threatening to us. In that case, let's break them. Wait, where'd Cleave go? I guess Cleave replaced our Chop. Fine. Blitz is now a 70-second delay. She'll throw on this guy. $30 Fury for Titan Blood Rune. It's kind of crazy. Let's go with the Mana War. Alright, folks. Show us what you got. Break them. Okay, that napalm bomb is happening. But the ground pound we can delay again, with Blitz again 70-second delaying. Bye-bye. See you next round. Maybe I can kill this fool. Possibly. We use our quick attacks. We might be able to get him before he goes. Salvo here. So close. And with the discharge we get there. Cool. Much easier than the previous combat. Probably because the enemies don't do damage to me by dying. Okay, this I'm unable to prevent, so let's just guard with everybody. I could stun him. Might regret that Fury expenditure, but I'll do it. We want to use a bunch of small attacks so that we can rebuild the Fury. So I should be able to delay him again next turn. Fast forward that. Ooh. Coming out swinging. Okay with that. Okay, and then we just crit him a bunch of times, and that should build up basically all the Fury back. Yeah, 46 out of 50. I'll take it. Don't worry, Mother. No harm will come to you. I will enjoy pounding you back into the oblivion from whence you came. Wait, what? I came from oblivion? That's news to me. What hideous Titan warrior god is this? It's Crash, the god of impaling. Weird. Never noticed how alarming it is that there's a god for that. I appreciate the practicality of the Titans. Good job. 70. If I'd known that was only 70, I would have gone for the... Oh well. Right, I think it's time to gear up for serious combat here. Probably max out Bentley's level. Leveling up the Aegis a couple times seems like a reasonable choice as well. It's cheap after all. But yeah, level him up just to max out his damage. He gains Broadside 2. What's that do? 35-second delay, nice. Fortress, guard all allies? What? Didn't know that was an option. That seems great. I like that. Alrighty, everybody. Imagine this part's gonna be hard. Omega Behemoth, the Herald. Be careful, squad. The Herald is extremely powerful. No one should be able to ingest that much DNA and survive. It's clearly driven him insane. He's out for blood, so use everything you've got against him. We'll enjoy pounding you back into... Yeah, we heard that line already. You're about to be the subject of my next book, Walk the Plank, How to Kill the Interdimensional Villains Keeping You from Living Your Best Life. I'd buy that book. Mother has demanded your extinction, and I must obey. Tentacles. It's an honor to serve. Alright, what are we up against here? Tentacles have 400 health and lots of armor. And they have Overwatch. This one's going for Choke. Applies unconscious. And the Herald himself has less health than he had the first time we saw him. And he's resistant to staggers. Do I want a spoiler? Nope. No, if there's special mechanics here, let me blunder into them head first. We'll see how that goes for me. Let me just guard everybody. I don't have to worry about Overwatch or nonsense. What is your attack? Mayhem. Okay, going for a large attack. That might be good. Strength. And that doesn't end the turn, right? Oh, but I can't use the Fury until... But if I break somebody, I can get 4 more Fury, right? Okay, so we should do... Target you. Can't target either of them. But that'll generate Fury. So what we want to do is Titan Strength on you. We do the Gardol first. Okay, I don't know if this is going to work the way that I think it's going to work, but if it works the way that I want it to, it's going to be stupid good. Like, stupid good. Wow. So that killed both the tentacles and did 1,000 damage to the Herald. Dang. Big dang. Not too bad. Not too bad. Maybe a little bit overpowered. Alright, who else is yet to act this turn? I think just Win? Let's hit him or whatever. push him back, but we won't knock him into the next round. Holy crap. Oh, I should have gone for armor breaking. I surge with power! Mayhem again. Alright, time to break the hell out of him. Not the last boss? Okay, yeah, that I did know. I know this isn't the last boss. We're gonna hopefully build up some of our fury before he do again. But yes, I'm aware that there is another fight after this. I should hope so, given how easy he is comparatively to 4. Generation. Yeah, that's gonna help. Sap some armor off of him. See if we can break him again. That would be even more fury. Yeah. So perhaps we unwisely spent our fury, but I definitely don't mind skipping this fight. It's for killing my brother. Jerk. And a ton of DNA, heck yeah. You did it! All that's left is to deliver that bomb and get the heck out of... Wait. Something's not right. We're picking up something that's even stronger with Imperium quantum signatures. Whatever it is, it's even more powerful than the Herald. You've got to hurry. Oh. Brother. You're too late. What the? You're the one in control of this thing? Davian, what are you... That's not possible. I don't like this shit. Nothing makes sense here. Reality feels... bent. Jeez, dude, you don't have to get all bent out of shape about it. This isn't Davian. At least not our Davian. There must be some cross-dimensional abnormalities warping... Don't waste your breath on scientific babble, Professor. You'll all be dead soon anyway. Let's see what the Star Renegades have to say about that. I've ravaged so many dimensions already, General. Why would yours be any different? Looks like we've got our work cut out for us. Hard to believe you're not really Davian. I am Davian. A better Davian. For a better tomorrow. But look at what you've done! The death and destruction you've caused. Davian would never do this. He would. We're not so different. We both serve our people and protect them by whatever means necessary. All the other dimensions I've visited are the same, driven by greed, hatred, fear, and weakness. With my worlds, we've created something truly special. A world of plenty, of peace, harmony, a truly glorious people united in strength. All we had to do was eliminate half of all the people in the universe. You're disgusting. You could never be my brother. But I'm excited to see them try and stop me. Haven't had a good challenge in a while. Alright. Grab our last level up here. Our last couple levels up. 10 shield reprint. Oh, that's a rest benefits. I think that is who we want to level up, though. Is our Aegis. Ooh, an actual damage attack. That could be helpful. Davian Psychics Paragon is technically his class. I'm sick of people not respecting our dimension. Let's fight him. Alright, it's a 5-on-1. Surely this won't be difficult. Someone needs to put you down. Alright, so he knocked out our best damage dealer on turn 1. We're only unconscious for 1 turn, hopefully. Yeah, 1 turn. We're doing a blade throw. Let's see. Davian has less health than that behemoth we killed earlier. Doing blade throw. Not a lot of damage. Deceptively easy looking so far. No special traits other than stagger resistance. I guess let's start building Fury here. We apply Chill, and that's gonna break. I think we're gonna have the same experience we did with that previous behemoth, where we just end up preventing him from doing anything, ever, really. Which I'm cool with. Love it. Don't know if this works. Fury. And you're being attacked, right? So you're gonna deflect. Actually, wait, no. He's attacking you, so you're gonna guard him. We just want to bust through these shields as hard as we can. Yeah, look at that shield damage. Oh my god. It's so strong. It's so strong. Actually, bad timing for bestow shields, whatever. Good damage, though. Your struggles will amount to nothing. Oh, okay. We're gonna phase shift. The Prime Dimension sends me warriors without equal. Others a whale. A relatively weak AoE. Got some new traits and stuff. Okay, just like before, now that the shields are down, he's been chilled, so he is not actually acting this round. Is this even the final form is a great question. Next question. Next we'll use broadside. Is 10 for armor piercing rounds? I think it is. Cost me 10 fury, but well worth it here. Because that is a lot of armor. As you can see. And now it is time to use Degen 2. Pull some of that armor off. If this will delay him, but we'll find out. Okay, still not taking a turn this turn. Seems good to me. Just break that armor then. Do basically none. Let's get some shields on the tank here. Red shot with 6 armor. Oh, it detonates. Let's break all that armor. I'm not sure what this guy is up to or how this all started. I'm hoping we'll get some exposition at the end here. Let's see. There he is. Finally doing his thing. Your opening attack. It's more like it. We'll go one more broadside and we should be able to finish him off literally next turn. Break it all. Yeah, the high tier chill effects are what, like 40 seconds slower on the actions? That's insanity. That is insanity. Wow. Oh. 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 Rip? You deserve nothing more than to be our peons. And we've got a summon here. 2 summons. Give me strength. Reanimating. Gonna heal himself for a lot. These guys don't do too much damage, though. Is she dead? She seems to be out of the fight, at the very minimum. Definitely reduced to 0 hit points. I'm not gonna get enough fury, am I? Oh, this guy's going right at the start. So that would be, what, 12 per... Yeah, that should be enough, actually. Alright, let's do the ultimate combo again. Although I'm not convinced this is the final phase, either. Gone, nerds. I think I'm not gonna need that damage combo. Yes, a Battle Cry. Oh, Battle Cry and Titan Strength. I actually don't know if those two combo with each other necessarily. Let's use it. I'm not gonna go for the full buff. We'll knock him either into the next phase or out of the fight entirely. He seems pretty dead. But the vat is now doing something. What is the vat doing? Uh-oh. I'm right at the robot, huh? A little bit worried right now. Somewhat. And he's back. Overseer Syphilis. Well, well, well. That is definitely going to make this difficult now that we're down a person. Mother's Wail again. That's what killed us last time. That is doing Mother's Milk. Chills. Oh, this is very terrifying. Back to full armor, too, yeah. Big yikes. Time to get some breaks, then. Turnfire. It's in Vengeance mode. But we can use, what is it? Place Your Bets. That says Overwatch, Cover Fire, and Riposte. It's hit by that. That should be Shenanigans. I would officially declare Shenanigans. Alright, we'll do that. Did get countered. Fair enough. Got an AoE stagger. I actually forgot we had that now. Some more Fury back. Only hit that guy 3 times. I guess that's fine. Alright, blitz him again. Knock him into the next round. Looks like we need to break that bat before we can deal with him again. So let's start hitting this thing. Use armor-piercing rounds again? Yes. Shields on himself. He's the squishiest member. Spin cycle. Oh, it's got attacks. I like that. Okay, you're gonna need to defend. More shields on win. Let's keep hitting the thingy. Got our damage dealers are still intact. That's the important thing here. Not too bad, though. Dash. Pretty minimal damage, quite frankly. We go... Anti-use in a flash. Does seem to steal some life, which would be a little bit bad. I need to delay that. Discharge does that. Much as I'd like to apply some shields, feels like we need to... Wait, why is it not moving back in the initiative bar? Got one. Or is it already being delayed? Oh, it's already being delayed. Ah. Understood. We should use Sever then. Push it far enough back that we can use Mana Warding to finish it. Oh, we don't quite get there. Unless I use Titan's Strength on you, and that should get there. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay. And then we can even bestow shields on ourselves. Perfect. Enjoy your 70-second break. Boop. Okay, we seem to have this under control. Thankfully, we're all right being down a party member here. Yep, chill is pretty good. Alright, let's do that again. Oh. Alright, there he is. It's doing gash, so we'll just defend with win. Still 75 health, which would be nastier if Win had less good points. Parasites. Versus shields and armor inflicting corruption, making us do less damage? Not a problem. It's gonna be like 3 turns until you can go again, so... have fun. With their shields going back up. There might be another phase. I have no idea. Doesn't quite sound like final boss music. Victory! Okay. Are you alive? Yes, okay. So, typical JRPG fashion. Once the battle is over, they come back with 1 health. Is there more? Which is unclear. Set that bomb off. Well, bye. I'm gonna go ahead and call that mission accomplished. GG. So, the Imperium's Davian had to kill our Davian to enter this dimension? That's what my research suggests. So, 2 versions of the same person can't exist in the same dimension. Precisely. You can think of it as sort of a cosmic version control. I guess multiverse theory is a little above my pay grade. But how could the 2 Davians be so different? There are infinite worlds out there, General. In some, Davian is good. In others, he's evil. In another, he's mutated himself into a friendly space slug. If you can imagine it, it exists in one parallel reality or another. But now it's back to the lab. I have experiments to run on this salvaged Imperium tech. With luck, we'll be ready if they ever try to return to this world. Good job, team! To thank you all, I'm going to give you a 30% discount on my audiobook lecture series, Repeat the Past, Not on Your Life, a guide to living in the moment. That's a savings of over 75 credits. Did it? I guess this is the first time we go to the cantina now. You're not generally supposed to win the first run. So there's, like, mechanics that haven't been introduced yet. I have a feeling this is only the beginning of my crazy Cossack adventures. Justin, what are you doing? Afraid you're right. The Imperium is still out there, and while their dimension exists, they're a threat to us in every other parallel universe. Oh. Fortunately, I've been able to reverse engineer and repair the dimensional detector that you brought me. It'll alert us the second the Imperium shows up anywhere in the multiverse, and then it'll be up to you to do what you do best. Save the galaxy. Now, you could try to sound a little more excited about it. The sad tears of a robot. Is there anything sweeter? What'll happen to our reality when you're gone? Well, the Imperium's not the only threat we face. There's all that war, greed, selfishness, and short-sightedness that there's always been. But fortunately, we have the Star Renegades to protect us. So we're in good hands. So now we're at the Renegade base, the Cantina. And oh my god, is that a corgi? Between dimensional jumps, you will arrive in Cantina at the base. Here you can relax, enjoy the music, mingle with any surviving Renegades, or wallow in your sorrow before heading off to save the next reality. It's so cute! Congratulations! Said the dog, I guess. All sorts of people to talk to. I think new classes for future runs. Ryan. Do me a favor and tell Gary that if the game were 22% easier, then it would be 10,000 times better. Don't say that exact line, though, or else he'll know I sent you. While you were standing here, I sketched you. I animated your sketch while you were standing here, also. Here, on Twitter, I posted the animated sketch of you in the context of a popular Nintendo game from the 90s, and now it has exactly 2,000 likes. Oh, I like these guys. These must be the devs. Listen up, I'm gonna push a totally new, untested feature that I'm pretty sure will improve the game, but I need you to distract Gary. Wow, you did it! I'm so happy for you. Come, eat something. I made pizza. Here, have a drink. You look tired, though. Just take a deep breath. Breathe and chill out with me. You know, when I get stressed, I like to listen to Bob Marley and chill.
One of our most valued supporters.
Every little thing gonna be alright. Flag on! Thank you so much for the 11 months. One more till that full year. This is a pretty cool way to end the game. Wait, what did Gary say? Oh, really? Storms off in a rage, returns not in a rage. Yeah, that makes sense. Hello there. I know you're gonna ask me, and the answer is yes, I am the Cullen Sanders responsible for Cullen's Bear. Sorry, what's that? You wanna know why I'm holding my face like this? Oh, that's just glue. Please, don't stare. Also, good work defeating the Imperium. Now maybe we can work together to tackle the next big problems. Poverty. Structural racism. Climate change. And Floor 6 Gremlin Knob. Did Brian tell you to come over here and complain to me about this game being too hard? Listen, I know why you're here, and the answer is 9. Tell Peter that his idea might need to be in Star Renegades too. Alright, Gary. Way to be a party pooper. Did you find the special effects special or merely effective? I bet if you talk to each one of us exactly 100 times, it'll unlock an amazing Easter egg, winky face. You did it and nothing happened. Perhaps the real Easter egg was the friends you made along the way. Oh no, this game knows me. Alright, you got me good with that one. Want another drink ticket? Here. 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 If I talk to him exactly 100 times. Alright. Before I can respond to you, I'll first need Cullen to get that Keanu Reeves GIF implementation into our event system that I've been asking for. Your breath. It's just not the same without Keanu doing the line, though, you know? That's a great reference. Sorry, the game's out. I can't give you a free t-shirt anymore. I still don't understand how to play this game. Or to come to think of it, Halcyon 6 either. Fair. Sorry, I can't talk right now because I'll be catching up on missed sleep between the launch of this game and 2047. Yeah, tech crunch is real. Ugh, what needs fixing? No, sorry, the engine can't do that. It can do lots of things, but not exactly that idea. Yeah, that's also real in game dev. Yeah, that idea is doable. Put it on the list. Sweet. Alright, you've got nothing but drink tickets. Maybe you have to take it somewhere. What a cool little, like, post-game Easter egg this has been. Okay, nothing else to do in here, looks like. So I can get stuck on furniture. So, let's exit to the base. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Summon the clone. Who's this? Ah, clone of Wynn. And a very intimidating looking robot. Their ship. Winsifex. Overseer. Yeah, that would be a new final boss. Interesting. Alright, so we just unlocked a whole bunch of stuff. Thunder. Hero perk can be activated during squad selects. Shielder. A shield regeneration, powerful, effectiveness by 33%, squad gains +5 shields as a camp ability. Gonna be a ton of unlocks here, probably. Saboteur. Crit damage pierces armor and shields, 25%. So this is using the blue resource we got. We're gonna have like 10 unlocks here. Smash now drains 15 shields. Ooh. I'm not 100% sure how the game changes on replay. We might have to do another run at some point. It's probably going to be the end-ish of the streamish right now, but I'm quite curious what happens after you beat... Or if there's like a super boss. Hey, it's me, not you. Yes, we beat the game on the first run. We did indeed. Berserker. Okay, more perks. Tech delays. We'll be able to see them more in context. We'll give some stuff for us. Mostly just unlocking perks for classes. Varangian. So we unlocked the Aegis, can now be recruited via the Quantum Synchronizer. And more tutorials, because we beat the game on the first run. This is our first time in the hub area. The Renegade base has several different buildings that we can visit and use our intel and tech to unlock new Renegades, equipment, and droid upgrades. Tech is gained by injuring and defeating enemies in combat, while intel can only be gained by defeating adversaries and behemoths. They are both retained and persistent between dimensions. When you are ready, go to the portal at the south end of the base to jump to the next dimension. Justin, they're still sending out new teams to conquer alternate realities. Nobody can save them, except you. Congratulations! You saved this dimension. However, the Imperium is still out there, and the new leader has taken the helm of a newly rebuilt flagship to assault another reality. With the defeat of the Overseer, you will be able to select Davian to launch our next mission. However, now that the Imperium's Win Sifex is the new Overseer, you will not be able to select her, nor any of her progeny, until you've defeated her Imperium alternate. Okay, so that class, that character, is locked until we beat the new boss. That's kind of cool. So it sounds like you'll get each run a different kind of character clone. Interesting. Very interesting. Got a ton of tech. Quantum Synchronizer. Bentley the Commando. Definitely want to unlock Bentley. Destroys armor, solid AoE damage, and can tank when needed. Empath. Support with shield regeneration and psi attacks that pierce shields and armor. Deadly Sniper, the marksman that can shred armor and devastate enemies in the back row. So a whole bunch of new classes. Let's get the cheap unlocks. And I want to get Bentley again, because he was awesome. Let's try the Varangian. Ooh, I like that. Appearance. Is there anything else I can do with this, I wonder? Armory. Use Imperium tech to craft new gear. Unlock droid upgrades. All unlocked armory gear can randomly spawn during your mission at all item levels. Higher level variants will be more powerful. Decimator. Bonus crit damage and faster attacks. Vanquisher. Faster attacks and more damage against shields. Treachery. More stagger, more crit damage. Shield regen and more shields for the Colossus, and the Agitator implant is bleeding. Okay, so some new stuff. Unlock. Got here the Droid Lab. Oh, these are expensive. Only one of these perks can be activated at a time. So we currently have the metal detector activated. You can get the Gearhead module, automatically restore 50% of your armor after every camp. Seems like a big deal. More merchants available after liberating a planet, or you can choose between 3 heroes instead of 2 upon liberating a planet. These are some neat upgrades. Hey, get down. My first impressions on the game. If you like RPG-style combat, and the idea of that turned into a roguelite experience with jammin' tunes and cool pixel art sounds appealing, then I highly recommend it. I have really enjoyed my first playthrough of this. Quite a lot. By the way, if you're interested in picking up the game, we do have a Humble Bundle or Humble Store referral link, so you can pick up the game for $22.50 currently and support the stream at the same time. Let's activate that Gearhead module. Guess we'll unlock a couple of these. Unlock Colossus, because that sounds like a cool... Activating this gear will place the level 1 version of it in your inventory at the start of your next mission. Sure. Oh, and that unlocked a bunch of other stuff to unlock, too. More fury per crit. Vindicator implants. Build an armor-piercing retribution. More damage to all attacks. Hell yeah. That unlocks... So unlocking these is unlocking more stuff. There's lots of unlocks, looks like. Holy heck. So tons of stuff to get on future runs. Neat, neat. Very neat. Alright, that's just pretty much all the things we can do spent here. New offensive against the Imperium, that's a new run. I guess that's the major stuff here. The army, the quantum synchronizer. Or anything else for us in this cantina? Dialogue from before. Okay. Nothing new here then. Yeah, it doesn't look like we can spend intel on anything else indeed. So let's unlock the Enforcer. Jens Malric joins the Renegades. Alrighty, GG. Definitely really enjoyed my first playthrough of this game. I found the difficulty challenging. We did succeed on the first try, but there was definitely risks of death. Particularly the bosses have all been pretty threatening. And I've heard tale that others perish in their attempts. This is about Humble Bundle and supporting the stream. If you want to get your hands on Star Renegades, then that... Whoop, if I can spell correctly. I can't. Then that link there in chat would is a referral link through my account, so it would support the stream if you do buy the game through that link on the Humble Store. Yeah, can we show what the start of a new run looks like? Great question. Sure. So we have several locked characters still. Tark Chanlo, another robot, and Senya Lenodora, the Empath. We can now play with Davian. Looks like there's 13 classes total, 3 that we haven't seen at all, and we choose a couple. Choose 3, and then for each we choose hero perks. By default, Rookie is what you have. All camping abilities gain 2 extra affection when received or given, and we can change that to the other option. Increase shield regeneration power by 33%, squad gains 5 shields. Crit damage pierces armor and shields. Increase attack delays by 5 seconds. Buckshot now reduces enemy armor damage by 50%. Cool, so there's a perk choice as well, and then I think once you start, that'd be the start of a new run. According to the devs, the first run with tutorial is normal difficulty by default, then when we start a new run, we can select a new difficulty. Let's see how true that is. Just pick a starting layout. Davey and Bentley and... high damage support that can also stun and regenerate shields in a pinch. Sure. Oh yeah, Berserker. Ah, difficulty level. Normal. Harsh. Enemies have 10% more health, shields, and armor, and to do 10% more damage. And Extreme, 20%. Looks like we have to win on Harsh to unlock Extreme, but... there's the basics of the difficulties, it seems. Kind of simple, but nice to know that there's harder modes. So I'm definitely intrigued by the idea of playing with greater challenge than the first run. We might well be doing that on a future stream, but for now that is going to be the end of things here. Been an absolute pleasure checking this game out today and yesterday. But that is gonna be it for me tonight. Let's check something real quick here. Where ST's been live for 11 hours almost? That's ridiculous. Who else is playing Star Renegades? Mostly just ST. Huh. Alright, well, in that case, let's throw a very generous raid on over to ST89, who's doing some Day 1 Star Renegades. Awesome, awesome high energy channel. Dude plays like 200 brand new games every year. Something absurd like that. And is live 6 days a week. Really, really throwing himself at the streaming project, so... If you want to catch some more Star Renegades action, he's doing that for, well, until he's done. So, I'm going to throw you all on his way. Say hi for me, show some waffles if you got them. And give him a warm welcome. Our first run took maybe 5 hours, hindsight. I think a second run would be a little bit shorter than that, but somewhere in the 4 to 5 hour range. Alrighty, everybody, that is going to be it for me tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Ta-ta for now. See y'all next time. Toodaloo.